which he then violated. He hid the fact that he was doing these things, and even there are some allegations that he obtained this information through trickery. When the time came for him to flee, as a coward would, he told his superiors that he was going to go to the mainland for some kind of medical treatment, when in fact he went the opposite way and went to Hong Kong, where he then proceeded to expose this information, at least to the press, if not to the Chinese. And then at a later time, he goes off to Russia in order to make common cause with this Stalinist thug who today is doing something right now that's unacceptable in the Ukraine. The definition of treason, which is set out in the Constitution, is someone who makes common cause with our enemies, someone who gives aid and comfort to our enemies and abides with our enemies. And the fact is that Edward Snowden does that, remains doing it to this day. He is a traitor. He should return to the United States with the courage of his convictions, someone who's prepared to face the music, go before a jury of his peers, and then make his case, and then see what the jury says. They could acquit him, or a judge could take these concerns that Bruce has expressed into consideration. But the law must be upheld, and particularly someone who has had this kind of trust.
If I could respond, John, I need to.
He is a traitor.
All right, before I get back to you, Bruce, I want to hear from Charlie, because he comes from a younger generation, and you've just heard two very polar descriptions of Edward Snowden: traitor, a coward, patriot. What do kids in your generation view Edward Snowden as?
Well, it's interesting. Edward Snowden, for those of you that don't know, is going to be speaking at the South by Southwest conference on Monday in Austin, Texas, via Skype telecom from Russia. But I don't think young people look at him whether as a patriot or a traitor, but rather with intrigue of what he revealed. Every single tweet, every single Snapchat, every single text message call is being stored, collected, and analyzed. And when we're in a culture where what you believe is being used against you in the IRS, being weaponized if you're a conservative, that should worry every single person in this room. Every single person.
All right, Bruce, let me ask you.
First,
if he's a traitor, let me just ask you, if he's a traitor, would you defend him, and how would you defend him if he comes back?
Well, the government has not charged Mr. Snowden with treason, despite your conviction without a trial yet, that has accused him of Espionage Act violations, which I believe, when a citizen exposes government wrongdoing, like violations of the Constitution, it would be unconstitutional to make that a crime. We don't have an adjudication of that because Mr. Snowden has not been even formally indicted by a grand jury. But I want all the audience to know the federal government has not, despite its hostility to Mr. Snowden, accused him of treason as what you charged. Secondly, with regard to the rule of law, let's examine exactly the circumstances in which Mr. Snowden made his revelations. The Senate Intelligence Committee and the House for years had known of this secret surveillance program that is now brought forth through Mr. Snowden's abilities, a lawsuit, amongst others, brought by Senator Rand Paul, in which I was instrumental in bringing the lawsuit, because now we know. The NSA intended to make this program secret forever. In March, before the revelations of last year, before the Senate Intelligence Committee, the Director of National Intelligence, James Clapper, was asked by Senator Ron Wyden, "Are you collecting data on millions of Americans?" Moreover, Senator Wyden had issued that question to Mr. Clapper 24 hours in advance, so he could deliberate on it. It wasn't an ambuscade. And Mr. Clapper answered no, a clearly seeming perjurious statement. He later sought to defend it on television as the least untruthful assertion he could make, consistent with his duties. Now, you're talking about the rule of law. In a democracy, the people have a right to know what their government is doing because we get to decide what the policy is going to be. And when the Snowden revelations came forth, the American people have forced changes from what the NSA was doing, not the ones that I would believe are more comprehensive, only because Mr. Snowden's revelations. We couldn't even file a suit that Rand Paul did without the revelations, because before that, when it was speculation as to what the NSA was doing, we were thrown out of court. Well, you're just guessing that the government is doing this to you. And he made rule of law function, which wasn't functioning before that time. And what does it say about all the members of the Senate Intelligence Committee who didn't have the courage to do what a 29-year-old had to do for them? And it is especially outrageous. They had, as you point out, a duty to uphold and defend the Constitution, including the Fourth Amendment, which they were not doing. In addition, unlike Mr. Snowden, they enjoyed the speech or debate clause of Article 1, Section 6, which in the Mike Gravel Supreme Court case established the doctrine that every member of Congress can disclose anything in the course of their legislative duty, free from worry of executive retaliation. Senator Gravel read 47 classified volumes of the Pentagon Papers into the public record. He was investigated by the Nixon administration for an Espionage Act violation. The Supreme Court said, no, that's off limits. The Constitution gives this immunity to embolden vigorous congressional oversight, and that was the default position. And I underscore, if it wasn't for Edward Snowden, we would not be having this conversation today. We wouldn't be having the debates over the Fourth Amendment, which is the earmark of what democracy is about.
All right, we know what sort of defense he's going to get. Governor Gilmore, Bruce said earlier, there's not been a single attack stopped by the NSA program and the things that we're doing in government today. Do you know of anything that you're aware of where we stopped an attack because of the gathering of this information?
I think first of all, let me also say that I didn't say that he was charged with treason. I'm saying he should be charged with treason. And as far as the Espionage Act goes, he is charged with that direct violation of the Espionage Act. And Ron Paul has said that he should have amnesty. Rand Paul has said he should have a light sentence. This is very wrong-headed. We have to underscore the rule of law and the obligations and trust that we place in people who have security clearances and who work in the security field. Now, to the question that Bruce has raised, the question of whether or not this kind of problem justifies all of this or not. Folks, I have to tell you, I've been the governor during the 9/11 attack. I've been in the Pentagon, in the smoking hole of the Pentagon. When I was there, I looked around at all the rubble and I said, this is a terrible thing. There were people here. And they said, yes, you're within 30 feet of people's pieces who are underneath all of this rubble here right now. And over the past 10 years since that time, we've seen a very serious problem of the growth of the attacks on this country and the potential danger to this country, the significance of people who are not connected to the state, who can do a cyber attack, who can do an explosion in order to intimidate our civil activities like we see in Boston. The dangers are significant, and I have to tell you that there will be another attack on the United States. There simply will be. And our duty here is to prepare this country and to protect it to the greatest extent it can, consistent with our civil freedoms. Now, we're Americans. We don't have to trade this off. We can do both. We can secure this nation and we can preserve the civil freedoms of the American people. And that has to be our goal and our objective.
But one of the things
Bruce, let me come back. I want to come to Charlie for a second. So, Charlie, you emanate from the first generation that grew up with Facebook and Twitter. You live your lives on the internet all day long. Is your generation just reconciled to the fact that when they get up in the morning, the government's going to be collecting their phone records and going to be collecting the internet? And that's just part of being an American in the 21st century?
Hardly. So people all the time ask me, well, Charlie, why do young people care about the NSA? They tweet and Facebook everything. Are they okay with it? And the way I answer that is, well, young people have passwords on their iPhones, don't they? And into their Facebook accounts and their Twitter accounts. There is a fine line between what you tweet, post, and make public and what is behind a closed veil. There is a secrecy line that the government has crossed, especially with the younger generation. And there is information that we hold on these accounts, whether it be Twitter, Facebook, our personal iPhone, that the government has overreached, taken, cataloged, and hopefully is not going to be used against us in the future. So I say it is an absolute opportunity for conservative activists to engage young people in this conversation. And it's much more of a natural fit for the limited government advocates. So let's look at the left. When Barack Obama said, oh, the NSA is a problem, I'm going to make all these changes, 10 minutes later he went, go sign up for healthcare.gov. Now what's wrong with that picture? Right? So I'm exactly right. So he's saying, I'm going to rein in all the NSA. By the way, go to a website and give me all your information. I mean, give me a break, right? It's a easy sales pitch for conservative activists to be able to make the limited government case. And yes, privacy matters a lot to young people. Otherwise, why would we have passwords on all this stuff that we're doing?
Bruce, let me turn the tables on you for a second. You defend what Edward Snowden did. if I told you I had talked to several intelligence officers who said that assets in the field and methods that they were using, unrelated to what the NSA was doing, was harmed by revelations he made, the volume of revelations he made. How do you respond to that charge, and should he have used more judgment in what he released?
Before I answer that, I need to go back to Governor Gilmore's statement about Ed Snowden. He, however, I think ignores the more rampant lawlessness, which is government violating the rule of law, which he seems to be indifferent about. He hasn't said at all James Clapper should be indicted for perjury for lying to Congress and the American people.
Governor, should he?
He hasn't. It's total silence. And what about the rampant unconstitutional action of the president?
You got to give him a chance, or there won't be.
I want to complete my litany, and then you respond, because that's just one example. We have a president who claims and has used the authority on 4 occasions, planning a 5th, to kill any American citizen that he unilaterally decides in secret is an imminent danger. He's got a 5th on his list. That's due process of law? That sounds like Litvinenko and Putin sending poison to London. He sends people to Guantanamo Bay on his say-so alone. You're conspiring with an associated force of Al-Qaeda. There's no due process whatsoever. The surveillance program is another example. He decides he doesn't want to faithfully execute the laws. He says, I don't like the laws against immigration. I don't want to enforce those. I don't like the laws against marijuana. I don't want to enforce those. I don't like the laws against torture. I don't want to enforce those. All of these examples of government lawlessness, total silence on Governor Gilmore's side, and when the government becomes a lawbreaker, it invites every man and woman to become a law unto themselves.
All right, Governor, no more silence. Can you answer Bruce's question?
Well, you know, Bruce, I've been on the front lines of this battle. I've been an intelligence agent during the Cold War in Germany. I had the secret clearances. I had an opportunity to work on behalf of my country. I was the governor during the 9/11 attack. I've seen the attack. I've been on the front lines, and frankly, I resent your implication that maybe I don't have any interest in the civil freedoms of this country. And here's the answer. The answer is that we need to have proper oversight. We need to have proper laws. If people are going to misuse this data or go too far, then they need to be prosecuted. There needs to be proper oversight by the Congress. We need to have those kinds of things. But to dismantle the defense of this nation in a time of maximum danger to this country is not responsible. Now, here's what they're doing. Here's what they're doing. They have the opportunity to take this data and actually target a person that they know from other sources, human intelligence or other communications intelligence, that a person is a potential danger to this country overseas. And then they are in a position to find out who that person is talking to in this country. And then they also have an opportunity to see who that person is talking to and to develop investigatory techniques against the possibility of attacks in this country. The fact is that the enemy may not yet be successful in building people in this country that can attack this country, but they would aspire to do that. They would like to do that. And it's our responsibility to make sure that our authorities are enabled to do their job consistent with the law. We can do both of these things, and we can do them properly. Edward Snowden, by revealing that kind of information, has substantially weakened this country against the direct enemies of this country, which is the definition of treason under the Constitution, and a direct violation of the laws of espionage of this country. And frankly, he ought to come back and not be a coward and hang around in Russia with people who are not really in favor of the successes of this country. He should return to this country and make his case before a jury of his peers. People have done civil disobedience for years and many years in this country. Martin Luther King who had civil disobedience. There have been others who have civil disobedience. And they come back and they face the music and they face the justice and they make their case not only to the court but to the American people. Edward Snowden has not done that, and that is why he's not only, in my judgment, a traitor, he is also a coward.
All right, we got a restless crowd here. I'm going to just really quick. Okay. Let me do one thing before I go to you, Charlie. Let's have a show of hands in the room. Who thinks they're safer here today because of the data that the NSA is collecting? Show of hands. All right, Governor, this is one of your hometown crowds. Has something changed? Do we need to bring Dick Cheney back up on stage and have another speech about the axis of evil, or has the public moved?
Well, I think the key difference is that there's a tendency here, and Bruce is guilty of this, of trying to make this black and white. It is a mistake for the American people to believe that in order to be protective of our civil freedoms and our freedoms as Americans, we must sacrifice the security of this nation. That is not true. And I'll tell you, there is danger ahead, substantial danger that is coming. And the fact is that we have to put ourselves in a position where we can defend ourselves consistent with the law and consistent with the values of our nation. We can do these things. We are Americans. We can do both. We don't have to rely upon a man who takes it upon himself to make the decisions. Then maybe he's smarter than anybody else, and he has the ability to betray his trust, betray his security clearances, lie to his superiors, go to foreign countries, and betray this nation. That is not consistent with American values.
I think you have the facts upside down. Let me
Charlie's been brimming with some energy here. I want to hear what he has to say. Go ahead, Charlie.
It's interesting that you say, and I want to add an unfortunate realistic reality here, and that's, I think there's a difference between a traitor to our country and a traitor to what they call an enemy of the administration. Let's think about this right now. And I want to add an element. Is Ted Cruz viewed as an enemy right now to many people? No. Is Catherine Engelbrecht from True the Vote? Patriots all across the country are being targeted by the IRS. And I want to reinforce this because of their beliefs. There are congressional hearings because of that. And in the same sentence, are we going to say it's okay that we can spy on other enemies? But is the enemy being redefined right now by this government? And we need to, with hesitation, say conservatives are under attack and limited government advocates are under attack. And we need to understand that it sounds really good, with all possible due respect, that we're going to target our enemies, foreign and domestic, and prevent terrorism. But in a culture where what you believe in is under attack, especially by this administration, we have to be very, very careful by using that kind of rhetoric.
And I think what Governor Gilmore, I think, doesn't understand is that the Fourth Amendment stands for the proposition that we take risks that unfree countries don't take because we care about liberty. It's what Thomas Jefferson said: when the government fears the people, you have liberty. When the people fear the government, you have tyranny, right? That's what it means to be an American. And it's the object in a republic for the people to censure the government. The government doesn't censor the people. And as regards who speaks for the American people, it was this intelligence community says American people are too stupid to know what safety measures are required. That's why we can't tell them what we're doing out there. When Edward Snowden revealed what was going on, the American people rallied behind his concept of what the law ought to be, not the intelligence community and Mr. Gilmore.
All right, Governor.
John, I've been a trial defense lawyer. I have, in fact, made motions under the Fourth Amendment, which I have won on behalf of clients. I've been an elected prosecutor and prosecuted people. I've been the Attorney General of Virginia, and I think I understand better than anybody what the Fourth Amendment is really all about and what it really means and how it really works. Now, I lie. I don't think so. But the fact is well, let me just give you, I lead the Free Congress Foundation, and we have a project called AmericanOpportunity.org in which we're beginning to address some of these issues. We actually circulated a letter, Charlie. We were the ones that circulated the letter out of the Free Congress Foundation that complained about the Internal Revenue Service targeting existing conservative organizations. We have taken the lead on these issues. So you're not wrong, you're just not informed about what we're doing. But the fact is this, and this is very important. This is very important. You cannot disarm this country in a time of the maximum challenge to this nation. The fact is that we have a dual challenge in this country. We have people who are nation states who are operating against us with very sophisticated intelligence services. We also have people out there who are not connected to any state at all, like Al-Qaeda, who are working very hard to try to create an undermining of this nation. And by the way, under the new battles that are going on in fourth-generation warfare in the 21st century, you can attack the economy of this country, which is and civilians, and try to undermine people's faith in democracy. That is what we have to, that is the confrontation that is ahead of us. We as conservatives have an obligation to make sure that we do both of these things and that we do not set one against the other. We do not set the freedoms of the nations against the security of this nation. That is not the direction in which we must go. We, in fact, have to do both. That has been my record. That's the record of the Free Congress Foundation and American Opportunity, and that is what we must do.
I want to go to Charlie for a second. You can see the passion that this issue stirs in the crowd and in the country. Charlie, I want to talk about a story that we had in the Washington Times recently. It goes back many years ago, 1993. It turns out the FBI had a human asset directly attached to Osama bin Laden, having conversations with him and finding out very early on, 8 years before 9/11, that he intended to finance attacks in the United States. We rely a lot on technology today. Are you worried that we don't do enough of the old-fashioned intelligence, the sort of stuff that Governor Gilmore did when he was an Army intelligence officer, human intelligence? Does that concern you?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that there's been this increased, try to use these supercomputers and technology to collect everything we possibly can instead of trying to do more, take a step back and try to find it in a more substantive, old traditional manner and how intelligence used to be. Now, of course, we should use the technology we have to the best of our ability, but still respect the Fourth Amendment rights and understand that we have to be increasingly hesitant of the overreach and continuing growth of government.
Governor, you managed, I'm sure, human assets when you were an intelligence officer. Are you worried that we've become too reliant on technology and not enough on the old-fashioned way of spying?
Well, the correct answer is that we have to do all of the above. We have to be prepared to use human intelligence if you can get it. It's not as simple as just going out and picking up a spy off the street someplace. It's quite a lengthy and hard job, sure, and sometimes not the most savory job, I must say. But you also, today in the modern world, have the opportunity today with modern technology. This is a modern technology world. This is a place where we're all connected, where we all have an opportunity to have communications. This is a chance to utilize the weaknesses that our enemies have to use in order to communicate. And this is a chance for us to do something like that, consistent with our values, consistent with our liberties, consistent with our freedoms. And we can do so. The point is, John and audience, we don't dismantle the United States' defenses. We don't open ourselves up to attacks by people who, I promise you, want to attack us. I promise you. We don't open ourselves up to that. But you reform this, and you make sure that we stay consistent with the law, and you have proper oversight. And you demand that if people don't conduct oversight, that they are subject to the penalties of the criminal law. We have to make sure that we, in fact, have true oversight by the Congress, by people who are exposed to this, and people that we can hold accountable for oversight. That's what we have to do. That must be our mission. And Bruce is taking us in the wrong direction. He's taking this. Demagoguery is not the answer in the United States. I don't care what you say. And no, demagoguery is not going to be the answer. The answer is going to be a mature, reasonable approach where you preserve the information, you empower people to protect our citizens, and at the same time protect our liberties and our values. And you can do that through the law, oversight, and regulations, and through a democratic process that throws out people that don't do the job.
Bruce,
well, none of that was happening.
We got some great questions coming in from the audience, and I want to get this because you're involved in one of them. Tell me a little about where you think the lawsuit that Senator Rand Paul and you were involved in is going to go. Where the court's going to come down on this in your estimation?
Well, I think ultimately the U.S. Supreme Court will find what the NSA is doing is unconstitutional, that the government is relying upon their key case concerned a few weeks collecting of phone numbers dialed by a criminal suspect who was allegedly harassing someone who they had plundered earlier. And they've taken that one case concerning a pen register, which collects the numbers dialed, not even whether they are completed, targeting a suspected criminal to justify collecting metadata on every single American forever with no suspicion of any wrongdoing. And I think that's too far. 5 justices of the Supreme Court in 2012 indicated that they were inclined to be open to re-examining this Smith precedent, and I think that's ultimately where we're going. But I want to underscore, in the court's jurisprudence, in all these kinds of areas, public opinion, our values as a culture are very important. And your votes about what Congress should do, about what state legislatures should do about privacy is critical to what the U.S. Supreme Court will be doing. And that's why your condemnation of what the NSA is doing, writing into Congress, making sure we get remedial legislation, is very, very important. The last thing I want to observe, I think that Governor Gilmore does not understand, is our greatest national asset in defense is the loyalty and patriotism of its citizens who love their government because the government doesn't treat them as potential terrorists without some cause. When the government believes all of us are traitors, that's the greatest danger, that they're going to lose the loyalty of the American people.
Governor, I saw you nod your head. I think you pretty understand that point, right?
Nonsense. The fact is that nobody thinks that the average American out there is unpatriotic. In fact, if you have a system in which you actually focus on the enemies of this nation and you determine what they're trying to do to get at us and what we have to do in order to uncover those through investigative propositions and investigative methods, then this is an appropriate thing. But to blow this up and suggest that somehow there's some suggestion that all of us are under scrutiny or all of us are being suspected as potential traitors is nonsense demagoguery, and it's not helpful. It's not helpful to the discussion that we as conservatives have to have in order to find out how you, in fact, protect this nation and protect the defenses of this nation for ourselves and for our children and for the well-being of our people, and at the same time protect our values and our civil freedoms. These are the choices that we have to face, and these are the things that we have to do.
Governor, the NSA is collecting all telephony metadata on every call you've made since May 2006 in perpetuity. Why are they doing that if they don't suspect you of wrongdoing?
Because they want to be in a position to find out who the bad guys are talking to. Not to you, and not to you, and not to me. But we have to find out what people are doing, and that is the approach that has to be taken. But you can have perfect reasonable ways of governing this and controlling this and having proper oversight. The alternative is we're going to end up with more attacks like we saw at the Boston Marathon, and there are going to be calls for a greater security state and greater authoritarianism responses. And this we must not permit. We have to do the job in a correct way with proper oversight. And, frankly, demagoguery is not helpful. It actually slows up the ability to get to the goals that we need to achieve.
Charlie, let me ask you we've heard a lot about oversight today. Do you think Congress has done a good job overseeing this entire program?
No, not at all.
I think you got some people agree with you out there.
Yeah, I don't think it's been clear, and I want to respond to one thing. And again, I hesitate to use these words bad guys, especially in the culture that we're in, because we as conservative are viewed as bad guys right now to this government. We are. And I want to, and with all possible due respect, I mean, think about it. If all the NSA has to do is just watch all the phone calls made from CPAC, then the IRS will have their audit scheduled for the next 5 years. And, I say that, kind of facetiously, but again, we are in a very unique culture where these branches of government are being weaponized against its dissidents. And the history of Western democracy shows when government continues to do this and target people that are dissidents against the government, we as the activists for limited government will soon be the targets of this, and we have to be very, very careful with this NSA.
Charlie, I love this thing called Twitter. As I'm scrolling through here, it looks like there's some people in the audience that want to know if you're available to date. I don't know if that's relevant to this panel, but they are showing up on Twitter, so good luck to you on that front. All right. I see a question here that I really like. If there's going to be this debate, if the courts are going to intervene, if Congress is going to get involved again, Senator Rand Paul clearly driving that discussion, is there a new middle spot that we can find here? Is there a place where we can collect some data from the NSA that you'd be comfortable with? And Governor Gilmore, you feel that we have enough to go after the bad guys?
Of course. The Fourth Amendment provides the justification for gathering data. There's probable cause to believe you're an agent of a foreign government, with probable cause to believe you're implicated or have information that's relevant to crime. That's how we did it for hundreds of years prior to the modern effort to try to create a surveillance state that's been utilized to prosecute cases. Indeed, most of the prosecutions, not all of them post 9/11, have been tried in criminal courts with the probable cause standard utilized to gather information and search warrants. And I think that demonstrates that we don't need these extraordinary measures in order to be safe and to have the rule of law prevail. That doesn't mean that there will never be any incident again. People said, well, the laws didn't work prior to 9/11, so we couldn't use them. That's like saying the laws against murder don't work because we have 17,000 murders each year, we prosecute murders, and yet we still have murders. No law is flawless. And it's not a criticism of the rule of law that laws even against terrorism occasionally may be violated like any other law.
Governor, you open to some changes here?
Absolutely. I think that there's nothing wrong with assessing the conduct of the NSA or any of the other authorities and determine whether they've gone too far. As I said in my opening statement, I, 10 years ago, condemned the whole concept of total information awareness because I was suspicious of how that could be misused in the future. But the fact is that we can, in fact, have an appropriate rule and regulations and oversight to make sure that we don't disarm this country. And by the way, bad guys, I know, Charlie, you kind of picked up on that and kind of gave me a little slap around because I said bad guys. But what we really mean here is people who are agents of foreign countries who may at some point actually conduct war with us. That can still happen. Or the realistic world that we live in, that people unconnected to states, people who are part of international organizations, whether they're drug organizations that are so corrupting the youth of this country, Charlie, or whether or not they're people who are in fact agents of international terror organizations that want to do away with all states and create some type of international caliphate. These are the kinds of people that we have to be prepared to meet in the 21st century. Now, we as Americans are going to be prepared to do that. We're going to be able to do it, but not because we take some demagogic view that somehow we're all paranoid and that we conservatives have an obligation to be paranoid and afraid and fearful. We're Americans. We are conservatives. We don't need to be afraid of anything. We can set the rules down in an appropriate way, demand that they be followed, demand that there be proper oversight, and protect this nation as well.
Charlie, thank you, Governor. Charlie, how old were you when 9/11 occurred?
I was in second grade.
First, second grade. So it's been about 12, 13 years now. Are you worried that in the passage of time that people become complacent, they forget the horrors that we experienced that day, one of the most cataclysmic events in our lifetime, and that as we move further along, some of what we see in the audience today is just euphoric reaction now, and that if there's another terror attack, this pendulum could swing back?
Absolutely. I mean, 9/11 woke up a lot of people that I've met in the conservative movement. I think Dana Lash being one of them. She said 9/11 was one of the reasons she got into politics. And, kind of an example, my generation, the younger people, many of them, a majority, they don't even know the sacrifices the greatest generation gave in World War II. They forgot about that. They don't understand what that generation went through. And absolutely, I mean, we forget, and that's unfortunately the pendulum of history. That's the cycle and things go. And it's unfortunate, and the only way to truly correct that is through education and connecting with these people that gave the ultimate sacrifice so that we can enjoy these freedoms and liberties.
John, I just
go ahead, Bruce.
Yes, it is. With regard to all these particular agents of terrorist organizations, foreign governments that Governor Gilmore mentioned, they've been subject to search and surveillance under laws for 20-some years. There's nothing that I've said that would all disturb those authorities. It's based upon probable cause to believe you're acting as an agent for a government. Those are totally legitimate things. And it really isn't an argument to just throw the word demagogue along. You actually have to use reason there. And your repeated reference to demagoguery is not constructive to having the audience understand what we're debating.
No,
all right, we're gonna.
No.
All right,
John,
go ahead. We got about a minute and a half. I want to get into a couple quick questions, but go ahead, Governor.
No, I think that we as conservatives have an obligation to understand the difference between legitimate concern, paranoia, and demagoguery. And we have to be prepared to accept the reasonable concerns that we've got with respect to a surveillance state. Now, as I said, I was governor during the 9/11 attack. I was the chairman of the National Commission on Homeland Security. And I was a person who, in writing, officially resisted the surveillance state and said that we should not go and give up our values in the name of some type of total security. And I'm on the record having said that. But there is a danger when you have a Rand Paul who says, well, that a traitor like Edward Snowden should get a little slap on the wrist, or the father who says perhaps we should have amnesty, or the New York Times who says perhaps we should have amnesty. This undermines the legitimate trust that we place in people who have an obligation to meet those dedications to the security of this nation. And
Governor,
when that is violated, a person should stand before the bar of justice, allow Mr. Fine to defend him or any other lawyer that wants to, make his case, and let a jury of his peers decide what's right and what's wrong. That's the way we do things as
Americans. All right, Governor, thank you. Well, we run out of time here. I want to thank you all for an impassioned and intellectual debate, and I can tell from the audience that if you stick around, they're probably going to want to talk to you some more. So thanks again today. Really appreciate the time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now joining us from our New York studio is a new MSNBC host, Joy Reid, hosts the Reid Report. Ms. Reid, tell us about your show.
Well, we are at 2 p.m. Eastern, Monday through Friday, and we are, I like to call it a combination of policy, politics, and culture in that order. So we do try to obviously do the news of the day because of the time of day that we're on. We've got to let people know what's happening. But we try to do some analysis, too, and then we do try to have a little fun every so often because there's a lot of stuff happening in the culture as well. And
this show just started February 24th, a Mediaite article about your show when it came on was Joy Reid says her new MSNBC show won't be an hour of why Republicans suck.
Well, yeah, I know. I was asked the question by the writer, Tommy Christopher. He was like, are you just going to go after Republicans every day? And I said, no. I mean, what we want to do is have a conversation. I mean, there are a lot of issues upon which there is great disagreement with much of our audience, with the conservative movement, what the Republican Party is doing. But we want to also get Republicans to come on and talk about it rather than just sort of talk about them. So we've had Michael Medved on a couple of times. He's been great. There are other Republicans that we've invited on. We even had on a candidate from Texas who is running for governor. She's running in that Republican primary. And so we've tried to encourage people on the right to come on the show. And it's fun. Come on in, the water's fine.
What are your politics?
Well, my politics is I grew up in a household of a mom who was an immigrant to the United States. She came here from British Guyana. My father is from the Congo. And my parents were sort of split on it. Even though my father was not American, he was a Reagan Republican, and my mother was a blue dog Democrat, or I think it's yellow dog Democrat, right? She's just a absolute diehard Democrat, loved she came in when John F. Kennedy had first become president. And so we grew up very much Democrats. And I myself am a Democrat. I was a liberal columnist and still am for the Miami Herald. I write a column every other week. And I've worked in Democratic politics. So I definitely have a strong personal point of view. But I'm also intrigued and interested in the other side. I find a lot of their views, some confounding, some fascinating. And I'm interested in having that dialogue. And when I used to do talk radio, a lot of what we did was debate. We had Grover Norquist on the show. We had Joe Scarborough on the show before he was doing Morning Joe. And we would just, we would have the debate. And I think that's the great thing that cable news and also talk radio allows you to do when you're willing to do it and when you can get the other side to engage.
Joy Reid, have you been following CPAC? And if so, what's your impression?
Of course, I have been following it. I feel like what happens in things like CPAC is it is preaching to the choir, right? This is sort of a pep rally for the right. It's not a place where they're really engaging in the battle of ideas. They're there to reinforce one another and to emphatically say we're right and the other guy's wrong. And that's, as expected, what they've done. And so we obviously are monitoring the speeches. I've been watching a lot of what's been going on over there. And I think that for conservatives, there is a bubble. And I think that within their bubble, they feel that if they just explain their ideas better, they would do better and poll better and people would rally to their cause. But I think that it's somewhat limiting because a lot of the core sort of really diehard principles on the right are things that if you roll them out politically are very hard to sell. I mean, the idea, as Paul Ryan has put forward, of turning Medicare, which is relied upon by so many seniors, into a voucher program. Whether you're talking about future seniors or current seniors, it doesn't matter. It's not popular because people do rely on it. And Ryan had an interesting line that he said that Democrats and liberals are offering people a full stomach and an empty soul. Well, I think that if you've ever experienced want and you've ever experienced an empty stomach, no, you want the full stomach, And so I think it's counterintuitive to try to sell people on the idea that if we remove benefits, the benefits to your soul are better than that meal that you're able to give your kid. And I just think it's a core difference between conservatives and liberals in when you see want, how do you attack it? I think liberals come at it and saying, let's try and help meet the need. And conservatives say, well, philosophically, it's a bad idea to meet the need because it breeds dependency. That is the core struggle that we're having in our politics right now.
Should the Democrats pay attention to the midterm elections or should they move on to 2016?
Oh, no, they should not paying attention. That question itself gives you the core of the problem. Democrats are great when it comes to presidential elections. The young, the minority, the single woman, the urban voter, all turn out in great numbers in presidential elections. And demographically, Democrats have a distinct advantage, and it's getting bigger because the part of our population that is the growing bulge is the younger cohort that is much more minority laden. So as we go forward, Democrats go into elections with 200 plus electoral votes essentially in the bag because they're the urban party, they're the party of the big cities, they're the party of the younger voter and of the minority voter and of the single woman voter. But when you drop out of midterms, you essentially allow complete retrenchment on all the things that you said you wanted during the election. So when you had all of these masses of people come out in 2008, but then skip 2010, midterms become completely different electorates. They are much more like the Republican Party. They're much older, they're much whiter, they're much more rural, they're much more suburban as opposed to urban. So you wind up giving back. And 2010 was a perfect example where you had purple states and blue states like Michigan, states like Ohio, that were won by President Obama in 2008, get Republican governance in 2010. That makes no sense. It was a census year. It was a huge error on the part of the Democratic Party running from the Affordable Care Act. Huge error. And I think Democrats have got to start to create a habit of continual voting among their electorate. Otherwise, all the advantages of demographics mean absolutely nothing.
So the Democrats, in your view, have a demographic advantage?
The Democrats have a distinct demographic advantage that is actually getting bigger. If you look at the number of Latinos, for instance, who are turning 18 every week, I think it's something like 18,000. It's a growing cohort, and just right now, the Latino vote is 65% leaning toward the Democrats. The African American vote, 90% leaning toward the Democrats. The Jewish vote tends to be between 70 and 80% Democratic. And those parts of our population are growing, and they are very highly concentrated among the younger voters. So people who are emerging voters, people who are 18 years old right now, or who are going to turn 18 over the next 10 years, are much more in the demographic category that Democrats have because they more prefer the policies. If you just poll Latinos, for instance, they are for the idea of universal health care. They are much more moderate on social issues, et cetera. So Democrats have a distinct demographic advantage, but they don't take advantage of it in midterms. In midterms, Republicans resume the advantage because it's their base that actually turns out.
Joy Reid is our guest. The Reid Report is on at 2 p.m. Eastern Time on MSNBC, Monday through Friday. We're talking politics, and Kathy from Long Branch, New Jersey, on our Democrats line. You're the first caller. Hi, Kathy.
Good morning, everybody. Boy, do I hate Chris Christie.
Morning.
Please, somebody keep him, take him, and go. I can't stand Chris Christie, and I'm a real Democrat. Frank Pallone is my congressman, our congressman. He's a friend. And unfortunately, Reg Holt is leaving come November. So I don't know why. He's probably had enough of the Republicans in the House. I have too, actually. But I really like Frank Pallone. And please, John Bon Jovi, run for governor of New Jersey. Anybody at this point. I'll take Frank Pallone.
Hey, Kathy, why do you dislike Chris Christie?
I don't like. Well, I don't trust as far as I could throw him. Okay, I don't like anything about him. I never did. I never voted for him once yet, and I never would. So that's about it for me. You know, I'm a Democrat, and I don't like him. I don't trust him.
All right, thank you.
All right, sweetheart. Both of you have a happy.
Joy Reid, any response for that caller?
You know what? It's fascinating to me. Chris Christie said in his speech yesterday, we as Republicans, as conservatives, can't let the media define who we are. But this is a guy whose adoration from the media was unchallenged until the Bridgegate scandal came up. I mean, it was the media in a lot of ways that made Chris Christie a star. He obviously won a tough election in 2009, became the governor of New Jersey. He did achieve a great high level of popularity. The economy in New Jersey did pretty well, and he was able to cultivate a lot of Democratic support, which we're now learning some of it might have been more, coerced than natural, than sort of spontaneous. But what's fascinating is that Chris Christie, now that he's lost his media love, is able to sort of gain with the conservatives that didn't like him at all. They didn't feel like he helped Mitt Romney. They thought he was too nice to President Obama. He asked for Sandy aid, which, God forbid, you ask for federal funds for your state. And so now that the media is not cheerleading for him anymore, now he has a way of getting back in the good graces of his party. But I, before the Bridgegate thing, have never understood the love for Chris Christie on a media level, because I felt that the treatment of teachers, the sort of yelling at people at town halls, the treatment of his constituents, I thought was rather shabby. And so I was fascinated by this idea that kind of sort of bullying behavior was kind of, it was cheerleaded in a little way. It was a reason, one of the reasons that he was seen as authentic and real. And I thought it was just rather rude. So it's interesting to me that now that people see that same sort of bullying behavior played out by members of his staff, and we don't know, again, if Chris Christie himself had any involvement in it, but we see his staff behaving in a manner that speaks of bullying. Now the media has sort of lost its love for Chris Christie. I never thought he was that viable, to be honest with you, in a Republican primary. But it's, now that the media is not on his side, I guess maybe he'll gain fans on the right.
Karen Buchanan tweets into you, Joy Reid, is there an actual field for the Democratic nomination, or is everyone all aboard for Hillary?
I think that at the moment there is not much of a field that could seriously challenge Hillary Clinton. I think the reality is there's a pent-up demand, and I believe that presidential elections are about who's got the greatest hunger, right? And I think young and African-American voters had a great desire to see Barack Obama be president of the United States, but so did women. And I think American women have that incredible pent-up demand, residual from 2008, and really want to see a woman ascend to that high office. And Hillary Clinton on the Democratic side is an incredibly viable candidate. And I think if she gets in, which most people presume she will, it's going to be very hard to stop her. That's not to say there shouldn't be or won't be a primary. I think you'll have people run. But the question becomes, is there somebody that, like Barack Obama, could come out of nowhere and challenge her in a fulsome way, meaning raise the kind of money that he raised, create the kind of high profile that he did, and do that again to her in 2016. I don't see that person yet on the horizon. It's not to say they couldn't be there. Anything can change. A year in politics is like a decade, so anything could happen. But right now, there's not much rivalry, I think, for that spot if she wants it.
Joy Reid is the former managing editor of the Grio.com website as well. Graduate of Harvard. Harry is calling from Pittsburgh on our Republican line. Hi, Harry.
Yes, I think President Obama is in a good place to put Putin in his place, but he's going to need some help. Go back to, say the Black Caucus can help him, NAACP, NBC is great for helping him. Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton, call him a racist. That's what you do with everybody that disagrees with this president. Seems to work in this country a little, but people getting tired of it. But it never worked in Russia. Maybe you people get him right in the back attack by telling him he's a racist for attacking a president that has done that absolutely nothing to help this country with Obamacare and everything else. Thank you. Have a nice day.
That's Harry in Pittsburgh. Joy Reid?
He hit the trifecta. And this is something I do find really intriguing that happens on the right. Name every black person you can think of that's a liberal, use the word racist, and then throw in you people just for spice. He hit the trifecta. Nothing to add.
Mike is calling from Akron, Ohio. Hi, Mike.
Hello. Thank you for C-SPAN. And Joy Reid, I enjoy watching your show on MSNBC. The two channels I watch the most are MSNBC and Fox News. And my favorite sport is ping pong, so that may explain a lot.
Mike, seriously, why do you watch those two channels?
Because I want to see how both sides think and how their logic works. I was raised by conservative Democrats, but basically I am an independent now, and I like to vote for the best candidate. Basically.
All right. Go ahead with your question then, Mike.
Okay, my question is that I want to compare the 2008 election when Obama got elected, the results or the impact it had on the Republicans. And I do have to hold both Fox News, MSNBC, C-SPAN, all the media responsible for this. When he was made the winner of the election. For 20 minutes, all I saw was Barack Obama and Oprah Winfrey. Obama, Oprah for 20 minutes. And then I'm thinking to myself, gee, what would a blood pressure machine hooked up to Rush Limbaugh or Mitch McConnell look like at this moment? Because that's all we saw for 20 minutes.
All right, Mike, I think we got a lot of information there. Joy Reid, any response for that caller?
Oprah's a celebrity. When she's on TV next to somebody who just got elected president, that's going to make TV. That's just TV. I mean, that's just the way it is. She's a celebrity. So I think, yeah, she got a lot of attention because you hadn't seen somebody with that level of celebrity be in the proximity of a president and essentially endorse them. So I think that is not, anything particular to their race or anything. It's because she is a celebrity and celebrities get attention. Justin Bieber, everybody. That gets attention too, Celebrities get attention.
Joy Reid, how many Mikes are there out there, do you think, that watch Fox and MSNBC?
You know what? I think more than people think, because I do think some people they want to hear, quote unquote, what the other side has to say. But I do object to making the two equivalent, because I not just because I worked there, but even before I worked at MSNBC, I feel like what's happening sometimes in conservative media, and I won't isolate it to Fox. I think what's happening inside of conservative media. I used to work in talk radio, so I used to listen to a lot of talk radio. I used to listen, much like your previous caller, to hear what they were saying. And a lot of it is hammering home a very singular message and then doing it in every of their media, and it's all the same message, and it's very consistent, it's very repetitive, and it's just hammered over and over and over again. And I think that that's one of the things that's caused our polarization. We no longer agree on a set of facts, right? You can choose and cherry pick the facts that make you feel good. And I think for a lot of people that the right is catering to, not the entire right, not all conservatives, but to a certain core group, there is a certain sense of self-victimization, a sense of victimhood that is being fed all day, every day, in all of the media, whether you're reading it online or listening on the radio or watching some of the television. And I think it is designed to provoke a certain response, let's say, and it's effective, but it also negates any type of debate. You cannot engage in a debate if someone will not agree with you that there are a certain set of objective facts. And I think that is a negative thing about the polarization of our media. Maybe more people should just watch it all so that they can at least get some alternative facts. But if you're not willing to let those facts penetrate, if you just disbelieve anything that's said by anyone who's a Democrat, I'm really not sure how we fix the polarization in the country. Now, some people would argue that they feel the same way about MSNBC, but on the other side of the aisle. Again, I work there, so, I don't think that it's the same. I have to say, there isn't as much. I mean, Roger Ailes, is a political operative and was a long-time political operative. There isn't an equivalent of him in any other network, not even just ours. There isn't that person that was a crafter of political narratives now running a news organization. That is just a singular and unique thing. And they do a very good job of what they're doing. I think they do an excellent job at what they're tasked to do. And I think there are journalists over there who are attempting to do good journalism and good work. But I just think that it's different. A couple of Twitter responses to the Hillary Clinton question by Karen. This is Dan saying Elizabeth Warren could come out of nowhere. And Peg says John Kerry has much appeal from many Democrats. Terry is calling in from Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin on our Democrats line. Terry, you're on C-SPAN.
Yeah, I'd just like to start by saying I'm the opposite of Harry from Pittsburgh. I'm a white male that gets it. And I'm part of that 35% that they talked about the other day that voted for the president. So that's where I fall down. Enjoy, you're doing a heck of a job. Keep up the good work. Terrific job. Thank you. Terrific job. Thank you.
We'll move on to Sam in Tomahawk, Kentucky, Republican line. Hi, Sam.
Hi, I do it. Honey, I watch you on television, and I watch all MSNBC on television. It turns me off. I'm a registered Republican, and I live down here where Lyndon Baines Johnson come down here on the war on poverty. You come down here and you look at this county, and it's run by all Republicans. And the poor people down here, they vote Republican because they all work in the coal mine. And there's one man that runs the county. We got to go 23 miles to a hospital. We go 18 miles to another way to a hospital. We have nothing in this county. The poor schools don't have no books. They don't have nothing. And they want to talk about poverty. How in the world is kids going to learn anything if they can't get what they need? And it just burns me that the Republicans are doing what they do. Poor blessed Obama, I feel so sorry for that man because they down him every time they turn around. OBBI's Mitch McConnell, he has never been in this county, and everybody votes for that fool. And so way with Rand Paul. He's never been in this county, and he comes down here and he gets the votes down here. It just bothers me that the people down here and a lot of the people in the United States do not see what the Republican Party is all about.
Watch that, Sam in Tomahawk, Kentucky. Joy Reid.
You know, and that breaks my heart when I hear those stories, because I think that your caller just got to the heart of one of the real dangers of absolute political polarization is that people almost have their political party be almost a religion, right? They're just voting because this is my ideology, and that on these ideological principles I am with this group of people, but I never hold them accountable for what it is that they're delivering to me. You know, our politicians, our elected leaders, up to and including the President of the United States, they are public servants. They work for us. And I think when we are only demanding of our politicians that they deliver us the ideology, that they say the words, that they deliver enough vitriol toward the other party, that they show they hate the other party more than anyone else, and that they just appeal to our ideology rather than delivering substance to the people who vote for them, I think it's tragic. And I look at the situation with the water. 300,000 people, American citizens, not able to give their kids a glass of lemonade in West Virginia because the Ohio River is being polluted by a company whose CEO is in Florida relaxing in his beautiful home. The idea that American citizens would be denied the basic sustenance of life, that they will be denied the basic opportunities of life and allowed to languish in poverty, but we're going to say, we'll feed your ideology. I think that's wrong. And I'm hoping that eventually people will start voting their absolute interest. Vote your economic interest. It's not about ideology or about someone appealing to your religious morality. Your religious morality is your personal morality. Vote for people who deliver to you the substance that you, with your tax dollars, have paid for. And I think that's so important. It's the reason you cannot and will not voucherize Medicare, because elderly Americans, senior citizens say, no, this is something I paid into and you're going to protect it. And I think people need to do the same with their basic living, their basic sustenance. It's tragic. Hearing those stories is incredibly tragic.
Irish Eyes tweets in, I just don't like the opinion format that now dominates news channels. I miss old straight news.
You know, I mean, and I hear that, and when I was a kid growing up, we were watching, Dan Rather, or we were watching, the news, right? The news came on one of the three networks, and those networks, by the way, still exist. You still have broadcast news that does strive mightily to just be very objective, but I think people understand nowadays that everybody has a point of view, and I don't think people hold it against even straight news anchors for knowing that internally they have a point of view. But I can totally understand how people feel that we've taken what used to be sort of it was the national conversation and turned it into 1,000 little balkanized conversations, and I don't think that's necessarily good for the culture. But this is, it is what it is. You've had a tremendous democratization of information. People don't have to get their news from the news. They can go on the internet and really form their own reality. So it's difficult. It's hard to navigate, and it's hard for news organizations too. So just know that news organizations struggle with it as well.
Next call for Joy Reid comes from Charles in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Independent line.
Hey, thank you for taking my call. Thank you, C-SPAN. Joy, congratulations on your new show. You are a breath of fresh air. I just love your balanced approach to educating the public. Just about as good as C-SPAN, so great job. My question relative to this conference that's going on with the undertone of libertarianism, is it not true that with the goal to destroy a strong centralized government, that several things are at play? One is not being in a position to bail out the banks and the industry that we saw in 2008. But secondly, if that does happen, and as it has happened, we have seen since the 80s a significant rise in inequality of the middle class and the lower class. And that's, if people look at such as Secretary Rice's video on inequality for all, it's now on Netflix, that they could be educated on the facts, the statistical facts, the numbers, that then can draw a clear picture of what's truth, what's fiction, what's hyperbole, and what's not. And then a second question for you, do you have an opinion on the move that's underway to provide a constitutional amendment to change the current law that says that a corporation is a person and that money is speech? Thank you for your time.
Yeah, there's a lot packed in there, but I agree with you that one of probably the worst things that has happened to the American body politic is this notion of corporate personhood. The pure libertarianism, right? Ayn Rand, I believe, said that the ideal period in her estimation, the late Ayn Rand, in American history was the late 19th century. And if you think about who we were in the late 19th century, this was the robber baron era. This was the era of pure laissez-faire capitalism with no worker protections, no unions, no child labor laws, no minimum wage. The idea that essentially, if you are rich, you are essentially morally superior because you have shown that you are pluckier, you are smarter, and you are better, and therefore you will make the right decisions for everybody else. That's not what America has been for 100 years. The 20th century was a triumph for the American middle class because when workers got parity, when you had unions able to argue for a living wage for a 40-hour work week, when you had the union movement, you had the bulge. After World War II, when people were able to afford the refrigerators, there was a reason to make the refrigerators, to make the cars. We came to be what we are economically because of a strong consumer, a strong middle class. Our GDP is overwhelmingly made up of consumer spending. So we have to make sure that there is some parity for workers. Now we've got CEOs making 400 times what their average employee makes, and employees have lost incredible power. And now what CEOs are supposed to do is to improve shareholder value. And you can do that by laying off half your workforce, your stock price will go up. There is no more fealty in a lot of ways between that CEO and the person who works for them. And restoring that is going to be difficult because we've really gone so far in the other direction between corporate personhood, stock options for CEOs rather than getting paid in real money. It's really hard to put that genie back in the bottle, but if we don't, we're just going to see inequality continue to rise and we're going to race back toward the 19th century. That is not where we want to be.
Alfred tweets into you, Joy Reid. Joy is on to something. GOP creates facts. Last month, Obama was a dictator, a strong man walking over Congress. This week, he's weak. And another tweet, and this is from Dinah, and she says, how often have you or anyone on MSNBC held the president accountable?
Two good questions. So on the first one, it is fascinating that President Obama on one day is a weakling and on the next day is a dictator. Those two things cannot be true at the same time. And at the same time, there has been this sort of high-fiving of Vladimir Putin, which I find odd for Americans to do, sort of almost esteeming him over our own president. As far as President Obama, I can tell you that when the IRS thing happened, for instance, it was covered extensively on MSNBC until it was essentially debunked. I think people pay attention. I mean, if you look at just the coverage on our network alone of the rollout of the Affordable Care Act, I think the White House would find that to have been withering. I mean, it was relentless, and it was relentlessly negative. No one was cheerleading the rollout of the Affordable Care Act. I know before I was even at MSNBC, I was writing columns really quite negative on the idea of dropping the public option, and really, not sure that made sense to make the bill go through without it. Although now looking at it, I think on balance, having universal health care is always better than not. So I think if you look at the coverage, if you're specifically talking about us, just go back to October of last year and look at the entire rest of that year and the coverage of the Affordable Care Act, just to name one issue. And I don't think that you would find that to have been cheerleading.
Henry is calling in from Fort Gratiot, Michigan, on our Democrats line.
Good morning, Joy.
Hey.
MSNBC has really done a fantastic thing by giving you your show. I'm going to watch it as much as I possibly can. I think you're wonderful, intelligent, and beautiful. I want to try to make 3 points. First of all, there was a Facebook post sent in when David King was speaking, and it talked about the outreach, and it was tongue-in-cheek, and it said that there was standing room only at the CPAC conference for the outreach thing, and David King seized on that to try to make it seem like there was standing room only. We saw pictures last night on MSNBC, which I watched, that there was nobody there. So as long as Republicans are the party of Ted Nugent, who calls the president a subhuman mongrel, Rush Limbaugh, who calls people like Sandra Fluke, who want contraception, a prostitute, then we're not going to have any outreach with the Republican Party. I'd like for you, Joy, if you could, to put into context 2 things for me. The first thing is, can you explain to the people how red states seem to be doing so much better, and how the government subsidies in these states who have fewer population than blue states that have most of the population, how subsidies figure into that. And the second thing I'd like for you to put into context is this lie of the year, where President Obama said that if you like your health care and your doctor, you can keep it, how insurance companies were actually responsible for making the president look like he lied. If you could just put that in context.
Thank you very much. Joy Reid, what response do you have for that caller?
Yeah, very quickly, I think that the idea of any person who wants to be a credible political candidate palling around with the likes of Ted Nugent, I find that astounding. And I think that the conservative movement would do very well, if they want to do outreach and they want to broaden their base, to walk away from some of the extreme talkers, the people who say really ugly, execrable things, because they don't help you broaden your base. It just makes you sound angry and mean and ugly, and it's not a good idea if you want to broaden your base. That's number one. Number two, I think the caller was talking about the second thing being, well, let's just go to the third thing. Let's go to the, if you like your plan, you can keep it. That was a truncated and unfortunate way of saying that if you have 85% of people already have insurance. They have it through their employer. Nothing the Affordable Care Act has done has caused anyone to lose that. If your insurance company cancels a policy you had through your job, that's not the Affordable Care Act. That's your insurance company doing what they would have done anyway. Number two, for the 5% or so of people who buy in the individual market, much of that was very cut rate insurance. It was bargain basement. It meant that if you went in the ER, you were going to pay most of that bill. Your deductible was so huge, you could still wind up in bankruptcy just paying your deductible. What they've done is those plans are not legal anymore. So when the president said that, he wasn't taking into account that there would be 1 to 1.5 million plans, which are now illegal under the law. And if those plans are no longer legal, your insurance company needs to offer you a legal plan. That doesn't mean you get nothing. It means you get the new plan offered to you. And if you don't want it, you can go on the exchange. That's a very complicated thing to explain. They tried to truncate it, which is never a good idea. And so that's what happened there. And I'm sorry that the second point, I don't remember.
Joy Reid, it was about subsidies, in his view, going to the red states more than the blue states.
Oh, thank you for reminding me. Yes, that is important. Now, the first thing he said was that red states are doing better. That's actually not true. The poverty, the 10 poorest states, the only blue state that winds up in the 10 states with the highest level of poverty is New Mexico. Other than that, you're talking about the Old South, Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana, tremendous poverty. The states with the highest rate of uninsuredness are states like Florida, Texas, Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi. You have just tremendous poverty, whereas the states with the most insured people and with the lowest rates of uninsurance are all in New England, pretty much. So what's happened is you've got red and blue America are very different in terms of the economy. You have a lower wage economy in the South, so there's a lot of job creation because of the guarantee of lower wages. Factories will locate in the South because they don't have to worry about unions. So you're seeing a lot of that moonlighting Magnolias movement to the lower wage, low corporate taxes, no local property taxes states. But that doesn't mean that the services are better, because what you have is tremendous poverty. And so what happens then is that this blue states like New York, states like California, states like Massachusetts, wind up being donor states, meaning New York pays more in federal taxes than they get back from the federal government, whereas Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, many of these red states get back considerably more in federal tax money than they pay in. So they are essentially the recipient states. If you want to talk about who's on the dole, it is essentially those red states, except Texas, because they've got oil and there are other reasons that they are too a donor state. So you do have this weird thing where the states where ideologically they detest the federal government actually rely more on the federal government. It's just one of those ironies of our politics.
Joyce is calling from Camdenton, Missouri, Republican line. Joyce, you're on with Joy Reid.
Hello. There's been so much said, and I'd like to debate all of it. But I will say that the bias on public or mainstream media is so biased against Republicans or any Republican thoughts or Republican women that it's really awful. For instance, the Ed Show and Chris Matthews and Al Sharpton, and this thing with Chris Christie, the people on NBC, and other mainstream media have absolutely ruined that man over a bridge situation. But they let the fact that Benghazi, and we still don't know who screwed that up, because those people had begged for assistance for months before they were murdered. Some of the people guarding them were sent away in August before this happened. The government was told that Al-Qaeda was flying flags.
So, Joyce, you put a lot out there. What would you like Joy Reid to respond to?
I would like her to respond to the bias. She says that...
All right, we got the point. Thank you, ma'am. Joy Reid. Yeah.
So just to start from the last and then go to the first, that whole soliloquy on Benghazi, ma'am, there was an entire, there are reams of data. There have been reports already put out that have gone through in exhaustive detail what happened in that Benghazi situation. All of those things that you just heard, which are repeated over and over on right-wing blogs and on right-wing talk radio, those are not facts, ma'am. It's really important that we start to get to an objective, some objective facts. None of that, what you just said, is in any of the reports that have been done for the federal government. You can read them; they're all online. What happened in Benghazi was quite simple. You had, on the anniversary of the 9/11 terror attacks, you had pockets of uprisings, pockets of protests, some of which in other parts of Libya and in Egypt had to do with that video, that really horrific video that was made that offended parts of the Muslim world. The thought inside of Libya was that the Benghazi situation was that which morphed into people who opportunistically went in and attacked our embassies. All of these fantasies about drones flying over and Hillary Clinton operating them and then purposefully not protecting our embassies, for God's sakes, those are not facts. Those are things said to you on right-wing radio to get you stirred up. You need to look up and look at the real narrative of what happened and stop having these conspiracy theories. They don't help us. And then as far as bias against Republican women, I don't really know what she's talking about. So she'd have to give me some specific example of what she means. And I mean, if she's saying because, I don't know, she'd have to give me an example.
Sylvia is calling from Broken Arrow, Oklahoma on our independent line. And for some reason, my phone is not punching up. So if somebody downstairs could punch up Sylvia.
Okay, can you hear me?
Sylvia, we're listening. Hi.
Okay. Hi. I love C-SPAN, and I am so glad to be on the talk show again. It's been a while. Joy, I have 3 questions for you. What a blessing it is to see a strong, blessed woman of the Lord to take this platform. My heart and soul goes out to the Lord, and also to bless you, to keep up the good work and the good fight of faith. It is so many individuals. I want to hear the 3 questions I'm going to ask you. How you going to bring the 2 platforms, which is the Democrats and the Republicans, together to come to one issue: homeless, jobless rates? How are they going to help the veterans of our United States of America, which my firstborn son is still active duty? I'm a military mom.
All right, Sylvia, you know what? Can you bring this to a close?
Okay. The next question is, please, I've never watched MSNBC, but I will start watching it as long as your face is there. And the other thing is that I want to say on my 3rd question is that can you come to Oklahoma City and Tulsa? Can you come down?
All right,
here?
Sylvia, thank you very much.
Okay. I'd love to come to Tulsa. I think, yes, you can. There are certain issues that should unite everyone, and one of them is the need to create an economy where everyone who wants a job can find one, and find a good one, and a job where you can feed your family without having to work 2 and 3 jobs. And people who are standing all on their feet all day, doing the backbreaking work that makes this economy work, deserve to have a decent living wage. I think we should all be able to agree on that. And polls show that most Americans do agree across the political divide that it's only fair that people who work hard should get a decent wage. I don't think that that's ideological. I think Republicans and Democrats can agree. I think we should all agree that we all deserve to breathe free air, and have clean water so our kids can have a glass of water. You know, I look at a situation like West Virginia and I say, for God's sakes, this is not a Republican or Democratic issue. I don't care who you vote for. I don't care if those people are all 100% Republicans. They deserve a clean glass of water for their kids. We all agree on that. And whether or not your state is a red state or a blue state, I think we all agree that your citizens deserve to have the basics, the minimum of a dignified life. And that's something that I really hope that we all agree on. We're going to debate how we get there as far as the 2 parties. But let's just agree that we all respect the presidency, whoever's in it, that we all respect one another's right to have their own opinion. And let's debate on how we get to a common place where we're all living a dignified, decent life. I think that that's not too much to ask, and hopefully we can try to do that.
Just a couple minutes left with our guest, Joy Reid of MSNBC. Andy in Covington, Georgia. Hi, Andy.
Yes, good morning, Joy. I want to just say thank you so much, and I'm so proud of you and so proud of the position. It's too long coming for you to get that position at MSNBC, but I have 2 points. I know you're running short on time, but one, who is my favorite president, President Clinton said a long time ago, Joy, that talking about politics, the Republicans will fight when they're right, and they'll fight when they're wrong. Democrats will not fight when they're right, and they sure won't fight when they're wrong. So, you know, to bring all this to a capsule, I'm from the great state of Georgia, and I'm hoping that we're going to send a new representative from my district, Thomas Brown, to take Hank Johnson's place, because, Joy, the thing that happened with Elijah Cornyn and ISA, that didn't happen in a capsule. It didn't happen just the other day. That started 3 years ago when the Republicans started to make statements, and I'm upset with the Congressional Black Caucus because, like Bill Clinton said, we won't even fight when we're right. So, you know, Republicans, they'll fight, like you're talking about the situation with Fox News. They'll throw out all kind of scenarios, all kind of untruths, and they'll stay with it, although they're untrue. But the Democrats have facts, like you're talking about the health care program. They'll have facts right in front of them, and I'm going to say I'm very upset with Hank Johnson. I hope this is his last term. I hope that you're going to be hearing from a guy named
All right,
Brown.
Andy, we got the point. Joy Reid.
Well, let me just say one thing. Not all Democrats lack fight, because Congressman Elijah Cummings most definitely has a lot of fight in him. I mean, the Chairman Issa on that committee has attempted to put out cherry-picked parts of transcripts, and Congressman Cummings has said, "Oh no, we're going to put the whole transcript out." And I will defend the Congressional Black Caucus a bit, because the chairwoman of the Congressional Black Caucus, Congresswoman Marcia Fudge, who represents the Cleveland area, they sent a letter to Speaker Boehner yesterday demanding that Chairman Issa be censured or removed as that committee chair because of his shabby treatment. And it was unprecedented and incredibly shabby treatment of Congressman Cummings, standing over him and turning off his microphone when he is the ranking member of that committee, was not allowed to say one word, not give his opening statement. And when he did begin to speak, having his mic cut off. It was incredibly shabby treatment. And the Congressional Black Caucus not only sent that letter to the Speaker, they then, surrounded by the entire, with the full weight of the Democratic caucus, attempted to bring to the floor a motion asking for censure or asking for him to be removed or at least sanctioned. That was tabled. It was gavelled down essentially by the Republican majority, but there was some fight there on that issue of Darrell Issa versus Cummings. I think in general, Democrats do fight by the Marquis de Queensberry rules more than Republicans do. Republicans will tend to fight, I will say, in a different way. Democrats don't have that same mentality. And I think a lot of Democrats like it that way. They like the party that way. But I'm not necessarily completely disagreeing with you on the level and nature of the fight that's in the two parties. Democrats had better learn to fight harder, though, because Republicans play politics. They play to win. They play hardball. And Democrats, if they want to be competitive, especially in these things like midterms, they better play hardball, too, and get their voters out. That is the key. You have to get your voters trained to vote in every election and local elections, municipal elections. That's those judges that are putting your kids behind bars. That's those local school boards that are deciding whether or not your kids are going to learn creationism or intelligent design versus learning the science of the way that human beings came to be. That is those local officials that are making the local ordinances you live by every day. Vote in every election and vote all the way down the ballot. That is your responsibility in a democracy.
Last call for Joy Reid comes from James in Carsonville, Michigan, Republican line. James, you're on the air.
Hey, how you doing today, Joy? I'm glad to see you out here.
Good.
First off, I am a Republican. And second off, I ain't racist. And third off, this has nothing to do with the Black Caucus or what's going on in the House and the Senate. This has to do with my health care. I'm 47 years old. I've been deemed terminal for the last 6 years. Now, since Obama started the Affordable Care Act, my medications have tripled. I can't even get the medications that I necessarily need to hold back the pain, and I have documentation to prove this. How can I go about showing people that Obamacare is not bad, but when it comes to helping people that are terminal, such as myself, that our medications have doubled and tripled, how am I supposed to offset that?
Can I ask you a question real quick?
Sure.
Let me ask you a question. Your medication has doubled and tripled since when? Since what date?
Since January 1st.
You're saying that the amount of your medication, the price of it, has tripled?
Yep, and a matter of fact, since Obamacare has come in, the 750 Vicodins I used to take for my lung cancer to help with the pain, they don't even make that anymore underneath Obamacare. They make 300 Vicodin. I have to get 2 rescripts a month now because of the Obamacare.
Can I just tell you that, so the Affordable Care Act does not mandate what drugs your drug company manufactures, nor the price of them. So one of the flaws, I think, in the Affordable Care Act is that it doesn't mandate, the drug companies were essentially left untouched by the Affordable Care Act. So the Affordable Care Act is not the reason why your drug company doesn't make the drugs it makes. I think that's one of the flaws in the argument that people are making, is that anything that the insurance companies or the drug companies do is then put on the Affordable Care Act. Do you buy your insurance in the individual market, or do you get it from your employer?
Final comment, James.
I have a Medicaid. I have Medicaid. I have Social Security.
You have okay. So your health care is coming through Medicaid.
Yes.
Then the Affordable Care Act is not the reason for your problem. The only thing that the Affordable Care Act has to do with Medicaid is if you previously didn't qualify for Medicaid because you made a little bit too much money over the poverty line, you can now access Medicaid. Medicaid is a standalone program that has not been changed by the Affordable Care Act at all. The only thing that the Affordable Care Act did to Medicaid was to expand it so more people could get it. So if you're having issues with your prescription drug issues, there's federal oversight. This is a federal program. And if your drug companies are ratcheting up the price of your prescription drugs, you may have reason to file a complaint. You need to start talking, first of all, in your state, because these are state-administered programs. It's probably more of an offline thing, but there are agencies that oversee these programs. Your problem, sir, is not the Affordable Care Act. Your problem sounds to me like your drug company, and you should definitely file a complaint. You should look into it, but that's not the Affordable Care Act.
The Reid Report airs on MSNBC at 2 p.m. Monday through Friday Eastern Time. Joy Reid is the host. She's been our guest here on the Washington Journal. Thank you, Ms. Reid.
Thank you. Thank you.
Little over half an hour left in our program this morning.
President, and hello to the C-SPAN viewers. I'm sorry we're a little bit late. Fiona had some trouble getting into her own event. Yeah, but we think that is a tribute both to the attendance and the security. So we're going to discuss Ukraine today, as you probably saw in the announcement. It's a complex and I think confusing crisis, even by the standards of such things. It's interesting to note that among the disagreements between the United States and Russia on the Ukraine issue right now are whether there has been an invasion of Ukraine, who the president of Ukraine is, whether there have been mass attacks on synagogues and churches in Ukraine, and whether hundreds of thousands of people have fled Ukraine, causing a humanitarian crisis. These are all facts in dispute. So I think we could hopefully bring some clarity to those and other issues. We have a tremendous panel to do that with here today. I think perhaps not all of the perspectives in those facts will be represented, but I think we can shed some clarity on them. First, we have Fiona Hill on my right. She's the Center Director of the Center on the United States and Europe, and my boss, so please be nice to her. She's a former National Intelligence Officer for Eurasia and the author of Mr. Putin, Operative in the Kremlin, which is a fascinating exploration of the 6 identities of Mr. Putin, which I think everybody here should probably read and memorize, because I think it might come in very useful in the near future. On my left, we have Steve Pfeiffer, Senior Fellow here at Brookings, and former Ambassador to the Ukraine and former Deputy Assistant Secretary at the State Department. And to my right, we have Mike O'Hanlon, Senior Fellow, author of more books than I have read, and a veteran analyst of all of these types of crises. So let's just kick it right off. And Fiona, I'd like to start with you, if you don't mind. And I'm wondering if you can give us some sense of what are the Russians, and particularly your man, Vladimir Putin, doing in Ukraine, and what are they trying to accomplish?
Well, as all of us are well aware, this is actually a pretty complex situation on the ground in Crimea and in Ukraine. I mean, the best evidence of this is, of course, all of these conflicting reports and conflicting views about this. In many respects, though, this is the culmination of the past 20 years since the collapse of the Soviet Union for Russia. There's been a very long established Russian interest in Crimea, not just obviously in the strategic relationship with Ukraine. But if we all go back to the very early 1990s, in fact, to the time when Steve was one of our early ambassadors in Ukraine, there have been a whole host of claims by the Russian Federation at all different levels, including under President Boris Yeltsin, the first president of independent Russia, about sovereignty over Crimea. Crimea is the one that got away in the post-Soviet collapse for Russia. It was transferred, as all of you now are very well aware, we've seen it all over the news over and over again, in 1954 by Nikita Khrushchev from the jurisdiction of the Russian Federation to Ukraine. There's a great deal of the discussion about the historical links between Crimea and Russia and the Russian state, going back to Catherine the Great and to the establishment and consolidation of the rule of the Russian Empire over the southern parts of Ukraine and the Crimea, which was at different points also under the sovereignty, or at least the protection, of the Ottoman Empire. So we're going back a long time in history here. But certainly for a long, continuous period of time, Crimea was definitely under the jurisdiction of Russia, and in the form of which we know today of the Russian Federation, picking up from what was then the Russian entity within the Russian Empire. So in many respects, there's been, as I said, a great desire for the restoration of this bureaucratic step that Khrushchev made back in the 1950s to bring Crimea back into the Russian fold. We've had Mayor Lushkov of Moscow at various points talking about this. We've had the Russian parliament over and over again actually signing resolutions and bills about Ukraine. And you might remember at various points, Vladimir Putin, in one of his many great costume changes, is ridden with Russian bikers off on an annual rally down to Crimea, asserting the kind of interest of all swathes of the Russian population into Crimea. So what we're seeing on the ground in Crimea today is not that much of a surprise for any of us who've been watching things over the last 20 years. It was always at times of great crisis inside of Ukraine when the claims about Crimea, the assertion of the different interests of the Crimean population, mostly the Russian speakers there, have reasserted themselves. In the 1990s, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, again after the Orange Revolution in Ukraine in 2004, at various points when Ukraine appealed for a membership action plan for NATO back in 2008, which was the same time that Georgia made the same request and ended up in the war between Russia and Georgia. Now, Crimea itself, however, though, is very complicated, and I think as we get on with the discussion, we should try to bring this out. It is the case that many of the population in Crimea are Russian-speaking, but it's not always the case that everybody in the Crimean Peninsula therefore thinks that they should be part of Russia. A recent poll that came out of the Crimea that was carried out by various Ukrainian sociologists just before the Russian movement suggested that 41% of the population at that particular point at the end of February, after the fall of Viktor Yanukovych, were interested in some form of unification with Russia. But that's not a clear majority. And Crimea is also, by virtue of its history, the residence of a whole host of different peoples, particularly in addition to Russian speakers and ethnic Russians on the Crimean Peninsula, the Crimean Tatars. Many of you will have heard more about them in the last several weeks and days. About 15% of the population. Again, one has to be very careful about all these percentages that are being bandied around. And the Crimean Tatars were, in fact, deported by Stalin from the peninsula in the 1940s during World War II because of the prevailing Soviet fears, just like the Russian Tsars before them, of minority groups being influenced from the outside. There was a fear that they might collaborate with Nazi Germany or with other groups and perhaps, in fact, cast a question over Crimean linkages to the Soviet Union. They were basically deported en masse. They were allowed to return after the collapse of the Soviet Union. And the Crimean Tatars today obviously have, let's just say, are not very favourable memories of their incorporations into the Soviet Union, and are therefore another group with a very different view of how the Crimea should devolve or the direction it should go in the future. So my basic point of all this is an extremely complicated situation, but we have actually been dealing with this situation behind the scenes and sometimes in public for the past 20 years. So what's happened on the ground in Crimea is actually not that much of a surprise, given the fact that we're now dealing with another question about the future disposition and future governance of Ukraine itself.
Thanks, Fiona. But just to clarify, because you focused your remarks very strongly on Crimea, does that imply from your perspective that for the Russians this is primarily about Crimea and they're not actually questioning the rest of Ukraine and not likely to move further into Ukraine?
I see this situation very similar to Turkey in 1974 and Cyprus. Now, this is probably stretching the minds of a lot of people in this audience, but actually looking around, I see a lot of people who might remember this. And I remember it being British at the time and being 9, however. But in 1974, there was a lot of Brits who used to do vacations in Cyprus. You might remember that a very similar situation unfolded. The Greek Cypriot community of Cyprus basically voted, in fact, in favour of a reunification eventually with Greece. This triggered basically intercommunal violence and also then triggered a response by Turkey in defence of the Turkic-speaking Cypriot community in northern Cyprus, an intervention. What the Turks then did is they moved beyond not just the Turkic communities or the Turkic-speaking communities and took actually cities, famous port city like Famagusta, which was not normally seen as being kind of part of the Turkic community. And they took it mostly as a bargaining chip. And then for the next several years, everyone was arguing about what was going to happen with Famagusta, forgetting that actual fact the rest of northern Cyprus had been pretty much occupied. I actually see that what we're seeing today about all of the questions about Donetsk, Lugansk, Kharkiv, other cities with large Russian-speaking populations, where in actual fact the polling shows that they're not all that interested in being part of Russia, is very similar, that the Russians are actually diverting us by the questions about Donetsk, Lugansk, Kharkiv and other places, when in actual fact the real concern is about Crimea, but also about having leverage, just as Turkey wanted in the case of Cyprus, about what Ukraine does in the future. Russia doesn't want to see Ukraine as part of the European Union. It doesn't want to see Ukraine as part of NATO. It's made that very clear for a very long period of time. And a red line for Russia was crossed, although they actually didn't say that quite so explicitly, when we basically got into the situation of the overthrow of Yanukovych and now questions again about where Ukraine goes next.
Okay, so Steve, how are the Ukrainians seeing this Russian effort, and what are they trying to do in response?
Yeah, well, I think if you're Arsen Yatsenuk, the acting prime minister, or Alexander Turchinov, who heads the Rada, Ukraine's parliament, and is now acting president, you may be asking yourself, why did I take this job? Because you have a really long and busy to-do list. And a lot of it's going to be internal. I think a big part of what the Russians are doing in Crimea is simply to try to destabilize the new government, which, as Fiona pointed out, everybody in that government is talking about they want to sign the association agreement with the European Union, and Vladimir Putin does not want that to happen. And so a large part of the activities has to be, what do they do internally? So 3 or 4 things internally. They got to get the government up and running. They've got to fill out the cabinet, and they've just got to begin to make the trains run on time. They've got to prepare for a free and fair presidential election at the end of May. Because right now, although Mr. Turchinov has become acting president as a result of perfectly legitimate parliamentary procedures, he's not going to have the legitimacy of somebody who goes out and wins an election. So getting that president in place is very important. They're also doing things like now they're beginning to appoint governors. And there's a little bit of an interesting question here. They're beginning to go to some of the oligarchs who they think will have influence and appointing them governors in places like Donetsk and Dnipropetrovsk. And that may be a two-edged sword, because the Maidan on the streets may question, well, wait a minute, we were trying to get rid of corruption. We were trying to separate government and business. This is not the model we like. So they've got to be careful how they manage that. Second challenge is to manage the upcoming financial crisis. There's already an International Monetary Fund team on the ground in Kyiv. They're having those discussions. And what they're going to have to work out is an agreement which provides assistance in return for which Ukraine commits to certain economic reforms, which are really going to hurt. And I think the one sign, or one of the good signs, that the people in charge recognize how hard this is going to be is Yatsenuk, the acting prime minister, about a week ago said, I am heading a kamikaze cabinet of ministers, because what we're going to have to do to turn the economy around will be so painful politically, that we're all going to drive our political standings into the ground. And so they've got to manage that. A third challenge is don't do anything dumb. It was unwise for the parliament in its first day after Yanukovych fled the country to try to overturn the 2010 language law. Now, you can debate that language law, but moving right away caused a bit of concern on the part of Russian speakers, is this is what's coming to us. And so it was very wise, I think, of acting President Turchinov to veto that, because this government wants to be inclusive. It wants to make sure that Eastern Ukraine feels comfortable with it. Another thing not to do is don't talk about, when you're talking about Europe, talk about the European Union, don't talk about NATO. I saw that someone was going to propose a bill about NATO accession. Again, that's the kind of thing that will provoke internal divisions right now in Ukraine that they don't need. Okay, turning to the external challenges, how do they deal with Crimea? And I think the government in Kyiv is going to proceed from the starting point. The correct starting point is that Crimea is a part of Ukraine. Yes, there's this very complicated, tangled history, but the agreement that was recognized by all of the post-Soviet states in 1991 was that when the Soviet Union collapsed, each republic is a republic in the context of its current borders. And Crimea at that point was a part of the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic. So that will be their starting point. The problem that they have is, for all of his flaws, and I think Boris Yeltsin had lots of flaws, Boris Yeltsin basically accepted that. Every time in the 90s when you had the Russian parliament pass some law that said we're claiming Sevastopol, Yeltsin came out and did the right thing and said, no, that is part of Crimea, that's part of Ukraine. We respect Ukraine's territorial integrity. And the problem that Ukraine now has is it's now Vladimir Putin who's the president, and Vladimir Putin does not believe that. The tools that the Ukrainians have are pretty limited. I think it's very important that they continue to do on Crimea what they've done for the last week, which is to keep their military restrained. It's been, I think, actually quite very commendable as the Ukrainian military, and there are probably about 12,000 Ukrainian troops on the Crimean Peninsula. They've stayed on bases. They've not challenged the Russians. There have been, I think, several cases where there have been attempts by the Russians to provoke them, and they've not responded. I think that's important. Second point looking out is, well, let me just say one last comment about the situation in Crimea, where I think it's a little bit less tense in military terms than it was a couple of days ago. It still is worrisome. Russia and Ukraine right now are one nervous 20-year-old soldier's mistake away from something very, very bad happening that could spin out of control. And there needs to be some action, and I think the Ukrainians should push this and try to get the Russians. There needs to be some kind of de-escalation. Having guys with guns stand across the fence from each other is not a good idea. The second thing that they're going to have to deal with was the decision taken yesterday by the Crimean parliament to vote to basically join Russia. Although it's interesting, there are now reports, the vote was 78-0 out of 100 in the parliament. There are now reports of a number of members of that parliament who said that either they were not told of the vote or they were actually physically denied entry to the building so that they could not cast a negative vote. The acting president has already declared that referendum illegal and has issued a decree basically prohibiting it. I'm not sure that the Ukrainians can actually block it, but they will try to delegitimize it. One, that kind of referendum is against Ukrainian law. Two, one of our colleagues reported that she's seen a report that 2.2 million ballots are being printed for the referendum, which is an interesting number because Crimea only has 1.8 million residents. That will raise some questions. The Russians so far have refused to allow OSCE or UN observers onto the Crimean Peninsula. Will there be any kind of observation? This will be a referendum that has lots of questions from the beginning, although it's not clear that the Ukrainians have the tools to basically to stop it. And then what I think the Ukrainian government needs to do is they need to keep pushing to say that they're prepared to talk. So far, the Russian attitude is there's no legitimate government in Kyiv. They say they still recognize Viktor Yanukovych as the president. Mr. Yanukovych gave a TV interview about 2 weeks ago. He was seen briefly in Rostov-on-Don a week ago, and I don't think anybody really knows where he is. I think President Putin in his press conference on Tuesday was quite candid in basically saying this guy has no political future. But the Ukrainians have to kind of push to see if they can get some kind of dialogue going, even maybe starting with little pieces. There was some indication by Putin that, well, maybe we could begin an economic dialogue and try to broaden that out. So I'll just close by, I look at these are all big challenges for a cabinet that's all of about 8 days old now, and it's going to face some real tests in the next couple of months.
Yeah, well, it's a tough job, but it comes with a nice house and a zoo. So just to clarify, though, Steve, when I listen to your strategy, the Ukrainian strategy on Crimea, I'm not clear as to whether it represents an actual attempt to hold on to Crimea or just an attempt to sort of have a soft landing while they lose it.
I think that they're going to push to hold on to it. And this is, I think, from the Ukrainian point of view, it's not just about Crimea. And because of the complexities of Crimea, I mean, Fiona was right. 60% of the population of Crimea is ethnic Russian. In 1991, though, Crimea, 54% of that population voted for independence from and for an independent Ukrainian state. So the voting there is going to be a little bit more interesting. The Crimean Tatars are 12% of the population, although they've already said that they're going to boycott the referendum. But I think so. I don't think the Ukrainians are prepared to give it up. And it's not just about Crimea, but I think they would be asking themselves, if we just accept Crimea's departure, do we then set a precedent, which then the Russians might try to apply in places like Kharkiv or Donetsk, and try to pull off a bit of that eastern Ukraine as well? So this is a point of principle that I suspect that the Ukrainian government is going to stand very hard on.
Okay, thanks. So Mike, this is a complex and confusing situation, just the type that the United States is typically very good at entering. What do you see that their response should be?
Thanks, Jeremy. Nice to be part of this panel, and thank you all for being here today. I guess I'd say a couple of things to frame subsequent discussion. One is that I don't feel like President Obama should be influenced by the broader political debate we're having here about whether somehow his foreign policy uncertainty in other parts of the world has provoked this. To my mind, first of all, the answer is probably not. And I think he's done some fairly robust things which are actually underappreciated. He may want to talk about them more himself to remind us that he actually has rebalanced to the Asia Pacific. He's trying to hold up the defense budget. He's still on his word to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon on his watch, and we still have 35,000 U.S. troops in Afghanistan. He may want to say all those things a little bit more. He may want to think also about fixing some of the policies where I think we're not doing as well, such as in Syria. But most of all, I don't feel like he should worry, and I don't think he is all that inclined to worry, that this broader cacophony of criticism about his supposedly feckless foreign policy needs to be proven wrong by how we react to Ukraine. The stakes are too high. The potential for doing something really wrong is too high if you think in those terms. Second point, thinking though about what specific small military options we may have, not so much directly in relation to Ukraine itself, but as I think about the full taxonomy of things, we have a lot of NATO allies, some of whom are worried, and I know that we are doing some things to make some of them less worried. For example, additional tactical combat aircraft in the Baltic states than we normally would have had, and a half dozen more than we normally might have sent on a recent rotation to one of the Baltic states. That's the sort of thing we should be prepared to do, I believe, because there should be no doubt about our commitment to any NATO allies. Even for those of us who are skeptical about NATO enlargement, at this point it's a fait accompli, and we've got to hold firm by where we have extended our alliance. Secondly, if Russia were to launch some kind of a general and blatant assault against Ukraine, I think the talk of helping Ukraine's military with various kinds of assistance should be seriously considered. I was just reviewing, Ukraine's military budget is only about $2.5 billion a year. Russia's is about $70 billion a year. So there's a 20-some to 1 disparity in the spending levels, and about an 8-to-1 disparity in size. I'm not suggesting that we should try to encourage a fair fight. It would always be better to try to defuse this at any point along the potential escalatory ladder. But I think it's actually reasonable and appropriate for us to be thinking about how we might help Ukraine's military at least protect certain parts of the country, if it really comes to that, which I desperately hope, of course, that it won't. I would say, however, I do not agree with an American I admire greatly, Admiral Jim Stavridis, who recently wrote that one of the steps we ought to take is to get NATO's Rapid Reaction Force somehow at least in early stages of preparation to do something. Stavridis didn't say what we should do, but he did suggest that it was worth making the Russians worry a little bit. I do not agree. I flat out do not agree with the idea of invoking direct American or NATO military suggestions of direct action in this crisis. For one thing, I think Putin will recognize them as primarily symbolic and primarily a bluff. And secondly, I would hope they are only that, because I just don't see any good missions that we can successfully carry out or should want to carry out in this context, even if things got a bit worse than they are at the moment. And that then leads me, well, there's one more point on the military option front. Again, there's a lot to talk about with the issue of NATO and NATO enlargement and Ukraine's potential future role. I'm personally opposed to it. I would like to see us reaffirm our commitment to Ukraine's well-being in other ways, reaffirmation of earlier commitments, some of which Steve Pifer worked on 20 years ago, and make it clear that we're prepared to very, very assertively use economic sanctions if this gets worse, but not talk about NATO military membership. Henry Kissinger had a very good op-ed, I thought, yesterday in the Washington Post, which suggested at least some tiny small carrots that we may need to think about offering to Putin as we ask him to basically otherwise acknowledge that he's the bad guy here, which he is. He is in the wrong, and I'm not trying to suggest we try to cover or apologize for Putin, but I think we may need to think hard about ways we could offer at least a little bit of face saving, and certainly an indefinite postponement of any kind of Ukrainian membership in NATO, to me, would be a reasonable thing to put on the table in that context. Now turning to where, however, I think we do need to be prepared to be tough, and I'll finish on this. If, let's say, things stay as they are, there's a referendum on secession in Crimea in a week, and Russia chooses to go along with that. The problem I have with that is it's just way too soon. I'm not necessarily against a discussion, personally, of whether Crimea should be independent, should be part of Russia, but it has to be after tempers and tensions and fears have calmed and cooled. And Putin likes to raise Kosovo as a precedent. I was still never in favor of the United States recognizing Kosovo's independence, but at least we took a decade to do it. At least we let things calm down. And that's the sort of proposal you need here, is a referendum after a year or two or three, if there's ever going to be one. If things were to stay as they are, I think we need to apply some sanctions that are hurtful to the Russian elite. I'm not suggesting broad-based sanctions based simply on this referendum and potential annexation of Crimea. I'm not suggesting we try to go after their energy sector or all their banks, but I think Putin and his cronies need to have some of these targeted sanctions on their travel, their visas, and their bank accounts put in place and stay in place. Stay in place for years. And we need to find some way to send that message very clearly. I would also more or less permanently evict Russia from the G8. Not, sort of boycotting Sochi is not nearly enough. We've got to actually make this a lasting penalty in the event that Putin basically annexes Crimea under the cover of this looming referendum. So I would suggest some fairly strong measures. But again, I would not consider general sanctions against all of Russia unless and until things get substantially worse than even this referendum. If we saw a large-scale war in Ukraine, that's where we've got to, I think, come down like a ton of bricks economically. It may be worth raising that prospect now, but I wouldn't go there just yet. And I probably wouldn't even go there over this referendum on Crimea necessarily. So that's one quick overview on at least some of the tools we have and at least my initial take on which ones we may want to invoke at which stages.
Thanks, Mike. So Fiona, when we think about how Russia and Putin would react to some of those steps, I think we sort of have to understand what position Putin is coming from in taking these measures. And there is in some of the commentary around town a notion that actually that this represents Russian weakness rather than Russian strength, that this invasion demonstrates that he could not pull Ukraine into a Russian orbit through other means, and that it guarantees that whatever is left of Ukraine after he's done will move to the West, maybe not to NATO, but at least to the EU accession agreement that he was trying to avoid. So what do we think of these arguments, and what do they tell us about how Putin might react to some of the measures that Mike outlined?
Well, I think we always have to be very careful about categorizing something as a sign of weakness or of strength, especially in an incident like this. I mean, we're seeing this from the United States perspective. I mean, President Obama is out there being blamed on every front for being weak and being, somehow the instigator of all of this as well. I mean, as we all know, the situation is much more complex and much more difficult than that, and we can't really make these black and white distinctions on any front. What Putin is definitely doing is taking advantage of a moment of weakness, actually when he, perhaps at home, right now, for this moment, sees himself in a position of strength. If we look at actually what's been happening in Russia over the weeks leading up to the crisis in Ukraine, which actually I don't think anyone would have predicted to evolve in the way that it has, is that Putin has actually finished a very successful Olympic Games. And all of us, not all of us here specifically, but all of us in general, trashed those Olympic Games. I mean, it was much worse than Mitt Romney, running into London and saying, you guys aren't ready for the Summer Games. There was a total piling on the Olympic Games. And yet, on many respects, it was a great success. The security issues were dealt with. The Russian medalists, it was twice as much as at Vancouver, even in excess of that. There was no structural disasters, no pieces of the ski jump fell on someone's head. And the only problem was the weather. He should have had our weather, where kind of Sochi had a nice sunny weather and the snow melted, and instead Washington D.C. gets all the snow. Someone will blame us for that somewhere along the line. But anyway, but the point is that he's got a huge bump at home in his popularity ratings from this. Putin's actually personal popularity, the approval of his activity at home was actually on something of a downward trajectory, relatively speaking, in the months leading up to Sochi. In November, December of last year, he hit his low point, of an enviable low point of 63.4%. Everybody else would be ecstatic. But as Putin is the only game in town politically in Russia, he's always running against his past self. And in the past, he's had approval ratings in the 80s, 84%. So 64%, that's a 20-point drop from the past. He's back up to nearly 70% again as a result of Sochi. The narrative about what's happening in Ukraine has really taken hold in Russia. I've got a whole host of opinion polls here on my lap that really demonstrate this. What Putin has been pointing to in Ukraine is absolute disaster. This is chaos. This is nationalist extremists on the street. This is a protest movement out of control with no leadership that has just basically overturned the legitimate government. This is the result of economic crisis, mismanagement on the part of Yanukovych. Putin's been very critical about Yanukovych. He said, I wouldn't have handled the situation in Ukraine like this. Putin's whole position at home has been based on being the person who turned Russia around from the 1990s, who has basically presided over coming into his second decade now of prosperity and stability. He's pointing to Ukraine and saying, see, this is what you get if you mismanage the situation in the economy and in politics, and you get basically this kind of uprising, this kind of what Russians would call a bunt, something that without any kind of purpose. This wasn't the opposition in charge of this. This was just basically extremists overthrowing the government. If you look at Russian polls, the vast majority of people in Russia who are polled have bought that narrative. Many have also bought that narrative in the eastern parts of Ukraine, where they get a lot of the Russian media. All of the stories that we're now basically arguing about the depictions of what's happening on the Ukrainian on the ground are fairly meaningless, because our part of the argument is not getting out there in the Russian media. This is pretty much a one-sided depiction. So Putin right now is operating from a position of strength. It may be limited over the shorter term, but right now, while that narrative holds, while he has a bump in his ratings, he's actually in a position of comparative strength, because he's not doing this for us. He's doing this for his political base at home. And as I mentioned at the beginning, the issue of Crimea, even if Boris Yeltsin might have blocked the Russian Duma, the Russian parliament at different points, has been a very popular symbol of basically Russia's great power status. It's something that Russia lost. It's something that rightfully should have been part of Russia. It's not just the territory, the vacation destination of the Tsars and of Stalin and of others. It's also people, Russian speakers. And Russian speakers have been left all the way around the borders of the Russian Federation. And of course, if I'm sitting in Kazakhstan or the Baltic states right now, I'd be feeling very nervous about this, because in the past too, there's been a lot of questions about the Russian speakers, not necessarily just ethnic Russians, but local elites who mostly spoke Russian and not, any of the other native languages, about their fate and their disposition. So this is really about a post-imperial collapse. It's not the collapse of the Soviet Union. It's the kind of thing that the Brits have engaged in when they've gone off to the Falklands in the 1980s or fought with the US over Suez in 1956. It's the French in Algeria. This is a post-imperial hangover that a lot of people in Russia have felt very badly about. And so this plays very well at home, especially if the narrative holds. The weakness will come later if the narrative falls apart, as we're all suggesting that it will do. If this causes questions about territorial acquisitions that Russia had or the Soviet Union took after World War II, there's lots of bits of Russian territory today that weren't in Russia in the historic state. Kaliningrad, which was old Königsberg, the home of Immanuel Kant. Huge swathes of Karelia, Tuva, fairly obscure place. Remember the Tuvan throat singers? Well, that was part of Mongolia or the broader China Empire. Huge swathes of Far East of the Amur River that were parts of China until the 1860s. And the Kuril Islands, the northern territories of Japan. There are lots of disputes that could backfire for Mr. Putin over the longer term. But right now, he's not actually as weak as he looks, and we should be very careful.
Okay, so Steve, as Fiona just reminded us, what enables this is the lack of good governance in Ukraine. They've had, over the past 20 years, a sort of unique system of alternating kleptocracies. And I'm wondering, since it's been so critical for what they're losing right now, and since we have always had the view here, I believe, that Ukraine is, at the end of the day, a nationalist country, very jealous of its sovereignty, will this sort of seminal event, will this invasion, will this potential loss of Crimea change that system? Moving forward, will they be able to unite East and West with whatever's left?
Well, I think a big question here is going to turn on how competent, how effective is this current government? And is it able to be inclusive? Now, they did not get off to a good start, in that if you look at the cabinet of ministers, there really is no one in that cabinet who can say, I speak for Eastern Ukraine. That's unfortunate. Now, it wasn't for lack of trying. They did apparently offer cabinet positions to a couple members of the Party of Regions. That's President Yanukovych's old party, and their base of supporters in the East. and they turned the job down, which may be a smart political calculation. If the prime minister calls us a kamikaze cabinet, perhaps you don't want to be a member in that particular government. So I think they have that challenge of just showing that they can manage things in a competent way, a more open and transparent way. They've got to lose and avoid some of the habits of the past. It's got to look different from what it did under the previous 3 or 4 presidents. And they're going to have to do it at a time when there's going to be challenges coming from Russia. I mean, I think the Russians will test. There's this phenomenon mentioned, what they call now in eastern Ukraine, what they call protest tourists. These are Russians coming across the border as tourists, and the first thing they do is they look for the closest pro-Russia, anti-Kyiv rally and go join it, or maybe stir it up a little bit. And I think this was a model that we probably saw in Crimea a week ago. Actually, the times when I visited Crimea, you did not get a sense of huge ethnic tensions between the ethnic Russians and the ethnic Ukrainians and the Crimean Tatars. I mean, the Crimean Tatars were a little bit unhappy because they were still trying to basically recover some land and a place to live. But there wasn't this sense of real friction. And I think we went from that point to the Crimean parliament calling for joining Russia in a referendum, in part because there was some effort to push that and encourage that. And my guess is that had Russia not wanted that to happen, it probably would not have happened. But we may see some of that playing out in eastern Ukraine, and that will be a challenge. But having said that, I think it's important to remember that Crimea is the only part of Ukraine where ethnic Russians are a majority. In eastern Ukraine, although there may be more Russian language speakers, probably 40 to 45% of the country uses Russian as their first language. But everywhere else in eastern Ukraine, ethnic Ukrainians constitute the majority. And it's sometimes we use this, there's the eastern Ukraine versus western Ukraine. My guess is that distinction has blurred a lot in the last 20 years. And even at the end of the 90s when I was in Kyiv, when I would travel in eastern Ukraine, I would get this sense that there was a sense of national identity. Now, it was not as deep as it was in Lviv or out in the west, but you still have this sense that in eastern Ukraine, they saw themselves solving most of the problems that the country would face as Ukrainians. And I think that's important to bear in mind. The other point, I think it'll be interesting to see when the polling goes. I wonder how this action by the Russians, which certainly in eastern Ukraine, they're getting one view for those who are watching Russian television. I mean, Vladimir Putin and Foreign Minister Lavrov and Defense Minister Shoigu have all said, no, these guys, they're not Russian troops. Mr. Putin in his press conference said, these are local militias. And if you've seen any of the films, there's a lot of video of these guys, they don't look like your ragtag local militia. I mean, it's a very professional force, very well trained. But he said, somebody asked him at the press conference, but they're wearing Russian combat fatigues. And he says, well, there are these stores all over the post-Soviet space where you can get these kind of uniforms. And the reporter then did not have the sense to ask the next question was, well, gee, can you get Russian jeeps and armored personnel carriers at these stores too? Because those are all over Crimea as well. But the question is going to be is, how do Ukrainians look at this? And my guess is that support for drawing closer to the European Union, which by some polls in the fall was at anywhere from 51 to as high as 58%, that may go up. My guess is that even in eastern Ukraine, where they are likely uncomfortable with what happened in Kyiv, with how the government left and how Yanukovych left, that Crimea is in some ways, to the extent that they understand that, a bigger shock. And that may have the unintended consequence, perhaps of helping the country unite a little bit. And that's why I just get the last point is, again, I think they have to be very careful how they handle NATO. And I think I hear what Mike's saying, and I guess I would just disagree a little bit. My guess is that over the next 10 years, you're not going to see Ukraine seriously consider joining NATO. And I say this as somebody who in 2008 testified to Congress that Ukraine was ready for a membership action plan. I mean, they had certainly checked all the boxes. But I guess in the last 5 years, I sort of would reassess that is, even when you had President Yushchenko there in a very pro-NATO government, the popular support for joining NATO never got above 25, 28%, maybe 30 at the most. And NATO is never going to seriously consider a country for membership when you bring in a country where the population is not comfortable with that. And it's very difficult for me to see that changing. So in one sense, I think the Russians ought to be assured that there's not a realistic prospect in the next 5 to 10 years of Ukraine joining NATO. The problem that I think we have, though, is there's no way that the United States government and NATO can or should say to the Russians, no, we're not going to take it in. I think that's the hard part. There's a reality, which is they won't be there. But I just think that, with the open door and all of the statements that have been made since then, it would be very hard for NATO to tell the Russians Ukraine's off the board, even though that may reflect where things are de facto.
Mike, I'd like you to respond to that a little bit, but also just to step back a little bit and think about and let us have a sense of what you think the administration's long-term vision for Ukraine and for this crisis is. Do they see it in the way that Steve just presented, or do they have an alternative view?
First of all, and I obviously learn a lot from listening to Steve on this, and I have no doubt about his reading of Ukrainian politics and public opinion, or of the history of NATO's commitments to Ukraine and trying to keep alive the option of potential NATO membership. And I realize it's now hard to walk that back, and it might seem like too much of a concession or an appeasement of Putin. I guess however, I think if it got to the point where we had to find some way to address this question as an impasse in an otherwise potentially successful negotiation, you might be able to find some clever language. You might be able to say, we cannot imagine Ukraine joining NATO under current circumstances, and there would have to be some kind of a broader shift in the security environment in Europe, maybe creation of a supra-NATO additional confederation or grouping that Russia could be a part of as well. And, I don't know how you word this in a communique, but you could, in other words, basically keep alive the option of Ukrainian membership in the long term under different auspices, different circumstances, without necessarily ruling it out, but also making it clear to Russia that there was going to be more of a delay than just the 5 or 10 years that Steve talked about is pretty much all they could take to the bank right now. If we got to the point where we had to find some creative wording on that, I would encourage us to try to find the creative wording rather than to reduce it to yes or no, is it an option or not. Secondly, in terms of America's long-term interests here, and I'd actually want to turn the question back to you again, because, by the way, Jeremy, we're very glad to have him back at Brookings. He was in the administration. He was always a thoughtful brainstormer on new ideas, whether within or outside. And so I know you've got your own insights and thoughts on how the administration might want to handle this. But I would say in the first instance, we obviously would like it not to be a major international crisis. We don't really need another. Now, this sounds like, usually on the talk shows, the next step is to say, all Obama wants to do is build this nation at home and withdraw and blah, 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 and he's weak. No, that's not what I'm saying. I think most of us should actually want this to go away. We don't need this. There's really nothing to be gained for the United States by an escalating showdown. Leave aside whether it, can be resolved peacefully in the end. The showdown itself produces nothing desirable. So the showdown needs to be minimized, and we need to get back to encouraging Ukraine, of whatever stripes its current leaders may have, towards the necessary path of economic reform, which they haven't taken for 20 years. Their economy is one of the worst performers in Europe in the last 20 years by almost any measure. Lee Feinstein, our good friend and former ambassador to Poland, pointed out in a recent article that 20 years ago, Poland and Ukraine were sort of similar in size, in population, and GDP. And today, Poland has 3 times the GDP. And today, Poland's ranked 50th in the world in good governance, and Ukraine's ranked 155th. And that was true under not just Yanukovych, but his predecessors. So my overall view, and again, it begs some of the questions you could obviously follow up with, or that others may follow up with here, but defusing this and not making it any more of a zero-sum showdown than necessary is the core interest we have. There really is no other big thing to be gained here.
Okay, so we're about halfway through, which for those of you keeping score of the moderator is exactly the right time to go to the audience. So why don't we take some questions from the audience, and then we'll come back to the panel. Gary? And please, when you ask a question, identify yourself and make sure that your question ends with a question mark.
Thanks. I'm Garrett Mitchell, and I write the Mitchell Report. And I want to come back to a comment that Steve made earlier about, with respect to how Ukraine handles the situation, which is to do nothing stupid, no unforced errors. and put that in the perspective of as Fiona calls him, Mr. Putin. What I'm interested to know what acts of commission or omission Putin could engage in, if there's such a thing as engaging in an act of omission, but I think you know what I mean. How can Putin blow this? It seems to me he's already essentially said, I don't care what the rest of the world thinks. I'm doing what is in the interest of Russian nationalism, and that's the kind of person I am. So most of his downside, it would seem to me, I may be wrong, is domestic and political in nature. So I'm interested in knowing if there's a thought experiment that can be had here about what's going through his head and what actions might he take that would have him basically say, Putin lost Ukraine, or he lost Crimea, or he lost his political saliency in Russia itself.
Let's take a couple more questions before we come back to the panel. So, there's a bunch of hands in the back that I can barely see. Start there.
I would just like to put on the table here that what we're talking about is nothing short of thermonuclear World War III, with this kind of dangerous rhetoric, with Obama calling this an invasion, when according to the 97 agreement with Ukraine, Russia can have up to 25,000 troops.
Are you getting to a question?
I am getting to a question.
I'm a little bit nervous that this is a speech.
That's fine, yeah, but...
no, it's not fine. It's a worry, so please get to a question.
My question to you is, the U.S. and European Union backed a Nazi coup of known Nazi networks, followers of Stepan Bandera, to overthrow a government, and is now talking about setting up a confrontation with Russia where Obama launches economic sanctions.
I think you're still missing the question concept here.
Yeah, the question is, how are you guys justifying a Joseph Goebbels-style propaganda that is going to lead to World War III?
Okay.
That's the question.
That's a question. I'll take that. Let's get one more similar question. There's a hand in the back.
Yeah, we'll take some other questions there.
This is based on the Ukraine, but it goes to the other side of the world. Does anyone up there think that China is watching this closely and it will affect what China does vis-a-vis Japan and the South China Sea?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Can
Short
you just
question.
Identify that's a fine question, but can you identify yourself as well?
David Wu.
Thank you. So why don't we come back to the panel with those three questions. And maybe we can start with you, Fiona, and you can handle that Mr. Putin question.
Yes, thanks. Well, the Mr. Putin question and the second question are actually somewhat interrelated, actually, although you might not think it on first glance. Because we are indeed in a situation here of pretty sharply competing narratives. As I said at the very beginning, there's a certain depiction in the Russian official media about what's happening, and of course we have a very different depiction here, although sometimes our depictions are all over the place as well, and also, I have to say, pretty ill-informed. I've been watching a lot of CNN. I was stuck in an airport for hours yesterday, and I watched so many bizarre maps of Ukraine going by and heard that Ukraine's real name was a buffer and all kinds of things. And it just goes to show no one is doing their homework here. And it's so very easy then to fall into traps of these very simplistic depictions, which is exactly what people thrive on, who want to have a certain outcome under these kinds of circumstances. The narrative that our second unidentified questioner put forward here is a very strong narrative that's coming out of Russia Today and a whole host of other outlets on the various channels in Russia. And I've been watching a lot of Russian cable television recently, and it's a very, very striking narrative here. And we have to be very careful about repeating that back again. And let me just say that the same kinds of extremist groups that we've seen operating in Ukraine are here in the United States, are here all the way across Europe, and are also, most worryingly for Mr. Putin, in Russia itself. Putin, right from the very beginning of his presidency, back to 1999-2000, has been extremely concerned about extremists of all stripes, including Russian nationalist extremists. He said that very explicitly. One of the reasons that he pursued the war in Chechnya to a very bitter end, and one where there's still an ongoing urgency, was to put down extremism, as he said it. And he has said in multiple speeches over and over again that he is opposed to extremism of any form. He's playing to the nationalist extremists at home in Russia because he's very worried about them. He is extremely worried about the same kind of people who have been seen in groups on the streets in Kiev and elsewhere. You know, you can look in Finland, you can look in Norway, you can look in the Netherlands, you can look in the UK, you can look in Germany, you can look anywhere and find right-wing extremist groups purporting their own form of nationalism and infiltrating protests across the globe. It doesn't really matter where we look. Thailand right now. Let's just be all honest about this. We all have our own extremists. In fact, in polling and sociological work, about 7 to 12% of any population at any time, depending on whether there's a sense of crisis, will hold extreme views and be prepared to take violent action in defence of those views. I know of what I speak. I grew up in the UK. I've seen orange marches. I've seen nationalisms of all kinds of stripes. I've been in pitched battles. I saw someone stabbed in front of me when I was an 11-year-old during the height of the Troubles in Ireland. So I'm just saying here, I may sound emotional. This is something we see across the board everywhere. So you can put to rest, this whole idea of propaganda. It's very easy to find extremists. Putin has been trying extremely hard, just like Yeltsin before him, to keep these under control. He keeps people like Vladimir Zhirinovsky, who is one of Russia's national extremist political leaders, under tight rein. They are meant to deflect people like Zhirinovsky, these kinds of extreme actions, and keep them corralled in political formats and away from the streets. Putin has actually seen on the Manege Square in Russia, just outside the Kremlin, violent, basically interethnic, intercommunal violence by soccer hooligans after the killing of basically an ethnic Russian by someone from the North Caucasus. He's had to speak out against that. There have been pogroms against ethnic Chechens and others in cities all the way around Russia. Putin is very worried that this is going to happen here. This is why the narrative in Ukraine is very important. It's very important for Putin to show what can happen if someone hasn't got a very strong fist there. This is why we're actually in this situation right now, and this is where it could backfire. Because if this narrative, gets out of control, if people see something different on the streets of Ukraine, they're going to start asking at home, hang on, what is this? Putin has to keep his nationalists, his extremists on a very tight leash. This is where there could be blowback. The other blowback is also where it comes to the issue of the Eurasian Union. Putin has been trying to build, this is why Ukraine has been important, this expanded customs union of Russia, Belarus and Kazakhstan, and also now Armenia. Interethnic and nationalist violence can actually basically work against that. In opinion polls, about 80% of Russians are against immigration and against migration, meaning people moving around the rest of the Russian Federation. The Eurasian Union is supposed to be like the European Union, open borders, free movement of peoples. If 80% of the population in Russia are not very keen on this, and we get all of these situations out of control, this doesn't bode well for the future of the Eurasian Union. If Russia goes too far in the defense of Russian speakers, what do the Kazakhs and Belarusians, with the very large populations of Russian speakers, going to think about the implications of the Eurasian Union? So all of these different narratives are going to actually work against each other over the longer term. Putin is actually, this is where the difficulty becomes of these balancing acts. You have to keep control of your narrative. This is why it's very important for the kinds of narratives like we've just heard today to take precedence in Russia, and why our competing narratives are being pushed back with a very aggressive offensive defense. So we have to understand here that Putin faces, just like the rest of us, a very complex, very complicated political situation at home. He has a big tent coalition that also includes a lot of really nasty xenophobic views, just as they are present in any other setting. So he's got the same difficulties as our politicians have, but in an actually more acute way. Remember, Russia and the Russian language gave us the word pogrom. This is something that has existed, just like in many other societies, for a very long time. And Putin knows what extremists can do. They helped to bring down the Soviet Union, something which he deeply regrets, bring down the Russian state. They were a problem at the time of the Russian Revolution, and again with the collapse of the Soviet Union. And he's trying to head that off.
Yeah, and in the form of a plug, I'll mention that one of our colleagues here, Hannah Thoburn, has done a piece in Tablet Magazine, I think today, looking at the question of extremist and anti-Semitic narratives in Ukraine and really putting evidence to the question, and I would recommend it to you very highly.
Yeah, I'd like to just a couple of comments. The second question, I don't think he identified himself, but just a couple of points of fact. Yes, under agreement, under 1997 agreement between Ukraine and Russia, Russia is allowed to maintain the Black Sea Fleet and certain support units in Crimea. That was never in dispute. There was no indication at all that the new Ukrainian government was going to challenge that. But that agreement did not allow the Russian military to seize civilian airports, seize other points of entry, set up checkpoints all over the island, and basically occupy the island of the peninsula in a military way. Those all go well beyond what the agreement permitted the Russian military to do. Just on the question of a Nazi coup, I think that is that's the view one gets if one follows just Russia today. Certainly in the demonstrators, there were far-right elements. But I think to tar the entire Maidan with that label is just simply wrong, if not insulting to the Maidan. I think there were, actually, Hannah Thorburn, our colleague, was there 3 weeks ago and said you saw people from middle class, you saw families with kids, you saw a whole spectrum of Ukraine out there, which was protesting not just about the decision by Mr. Yanukovych in November not to proceed with the European Union Association Agreement, but it had broadened over the course of 3 months. It was a demonstration against the corruption, which was endemic and had grown markedly worse under Mr. Yanukovych's tenure. It was a protest against the authoritarianism that you'd seen increasingly in Ukrainian political life. So there was a broad group there. And there were elements in there that from the American perspective we were uncomfortable with. But you can't use that to tar the entire group. Finally, just coming back to your first question about how does Mr. Putin blow this? I think there are probably a couple. I mean, right now I think he's in a fairly strong position. He's probably feeling fairly good. But I think there are a couple ways that he can blow this and begin to change the game. There'll be this referendum that's going to be conducted in Crimea next week. I don't think that there's any doubt what the outcome's going to be. Whether it's fair or not is a different question. But then how does Russia respond? If Russia moves immediately then to annex Crimea, I think that would be a mistake for Mr. Putin, because then the narrative that they've tried to construct in Crimea, that this is about protecting ethnic Russians, it gets overwhelmed by the fact that it's simply what it is, which is a naked power grab, a naked land grab. I think that could be a mistake. If there's military action, a week ago, I think or 6 days ago, there was a certain degree of nervousness with these Russian maneuvers north of eastern Ukraine. Would the Russians go into eastern Ukraine? Certainly the pretext that, in fact, Mr. Putin repeated on Tuesday is, we will protect our Russian compatriots, which is not just Russian citizens, it's basically ethnic Russians wherever they may be. I think military action, either by design in eastern Ukraine, or if something happens in Crimea. If Crimea declares itself independent, and then they just say to the Ukrainian military, you have to leave, and the Ukrainian military says, no, we're going to stay on our bases. Is there a military conflict? I think that could change the game in terms of how Mr. Putin is seen in Ukraine, also in Europe, but also perhaps back in Russia.
Mike, this is a confusing episode for the Chinese. Can you give us some sense of how they might be viewing it?
I'll just try my best at that issue. A couple of points. First point would be that, of course, it's a very difficult but different problem in East Asia, in the sense that, as I think you referenced with the South China Sea and the East China Sea, what's disputed there is not territory that anybody's living on, for the most part, almost exclusively. And so that makes it a much different kind of problem, not necessarily easier or harder, but different. So that makes me feel a wee bit better, in the sense that there's not a direct linkage necessarily in what might happen in Crimea that we may not be able to undo, and what the Chinese may be tempted to consider doing in the East and South China Sea. That's point one. Point number two, to me, this is when you look at both these contexts together, it's again a reason why you have to be very careful about your military rhetoric and signaling, not just what you actually do by way of operations, but what you even talk about threatening. I don't want threats that aren't credible in either place. And so I think this is a reason not to send too many U.S. Navy ships into the Black Sea, as if they have anything to do with the resolution of this problem right now. it's not a time to mobilize NATO's rapid reaction force, as if there's any place we could imagine sending it. Unless our allies in the Baltics or Poland or somewhere get so nervous, they wouldn't mind a few more people from other countries, other allies coming to visit, but we don't have to call that a rapid reaction force under those circumstances, I don't think. And so in this case, I think it underscores the importance of being precise on what you're prepared to use military force for and what you're not prepared to use it for, and you shouldn't let the line get too blurred. And then finally, but in some contrast to my second point, or at least some tension, I think you do have to make people pay a real price, even for things you're not prepared to go to war for, if there's no basis in international law or decency in what they just did. And so if Russia annexes Crimea in a week, there has to be a lasting pain. And I personally would not consider it to be a major international crisis that necessarily makes me sleep less well at night. But I think Russia has to suffer lasting consequences, especially Putin and his inner circle. And I would like to, just see us begin the conversation about what set of sanctions would be appropriate under those circumstances. Certainly seizing the assets, or at least freezing them indefinitely, of a lot of the inner circle in any kind of a Western bank is a good place to start. Certainly preventing visas for this crop of imperialist, latter-day aggressors from any kind of movement into Western Europe and the United States is a reasonable place to start. This would be an action that would have to be undone at some level, and we would have to do things differently permanently until it was undone. And I can't imagine Russia belonging in the G8 after that kind of an action. I think some of these things, it's maybe better not to have Secretary Kerry or President Obama say them right now, because then it sort of gets Putin even more riled up, and we know how he likes to act. But I think we need to have these conversations maybe at a more general level, because there has to be a lasting price, just as there would have to be a lasting price if tomorrow we woke up and China had taken 2 of the Senkaku Islands overnight and had no intention of leaving. We don't have to necessarily do an amphibious assault to push them off, but there has to be a lasting price. Did you want to come in?
Yeah, I just add to what Mike said. I think actually in a way the United States actually has an obligation to impose that price, and it goes back to the 1994 Budapest Memorandum of Security Assurances. When the Ukrainians, after the Soviet Union collapsed, Ukraine had on its territory 1,900 strategic nuclear warheads targeted at the United States. And part of the price that we agreed to pay freely in 1994 to get Ukraine to say, we will transfer those weapons back to Russia for elimination is, we said, we will give you security assurances along with the Russians and the British. Commitment to your territorial integrity, your sovereignty, your independence, no use of force against you, a whole string of which I would argue now Russia has violated. Now, there's a very important choice of words there. We said assurances, not guarantees. And that's because we give guarantees to NATO allies, to Japan, South Korea, Australia, and that has a military connotation. And we were very clear in 1994 when we talked to the Ukrainians. We said, there's a reason we use this word assurances, not guarantees. We're not prepared to give you a ticket or a check that may not have the number filled in but has military on it. We are prepared, though, to take a real interest in your fate, and if these commitments become threatened, we will be prepared to react. And the sorts of things that Mike's talking about, these political, diplomatic, economic measures to punish Russia are appropriate in terms of our fulfilling our commitments that we made to the Ukrainians in 1994. But I would also argue that the way to do it is to use political levers and also financial and economic assistance with the International Monetary Fund to help Ukraine succeed. In a way, the best way to get revenge on what's happened with the Russians in the last week is if 3 or 4 years from now you look at Ukraine and say, hey, there's a country, the economy's turned around now. They're cleaning up corruption. They're growing. They have stable democratic institutions. It's looking a little bit more each day like Poland. I mean, that's the way to sort of stick a thumb in Vladimir Putin's eye.
Let's go back to questions. Oh, we have a lot. Dr. Kagan there in the third row. It's right there. No, behind you. Sorry.
Hi, Deborah Kagan, Senior State Department Fellow at SEIS, just up the street. Just a quick question. I think there's a pattern here of bad behavior. You have Moldova, Georgia, now this, and I think that a lot of the reluctance of others in the West to join, sort of just stripping Russia of G8 membership, my view is we gave it to them, we might as well strip it, is, energy. And so have you given consideration to something that I think a lot of us have been thinking about, and I heard Bill Richardson say the other day, is what if the United States offered to start selling natural gas to Europe, to Ukraine, to Poland, to countries who have higher than a 40%. I mean, Germany's the highest with 40%, but higher than 40% of dependence on Russia for that. What is your reaction to having the administration offer to do that? There are no laws against it, only laws against oil exports from the 70s, but not natural gas. To start doing that in order to put not just Ukraine more at ease, but break that Russian hold on a number of West Europeans who are reluctant to join these more fervent economic sanctions because they know that Russia has them over the barrel, no pun intended.
I will just go to the person that I just took the microphone from, so right there.
Hi, I'm Avinoam Midan from SAIS Fellow. Could you elaborate on this argument? I'm very realistic one that Crimea and this invasion of the Russia to Crimea is not really connected to Ukraine crisis, but it's much more beyond it, and it's connected more to the geostrategic ambition of Putin in the Black Sea region and in the Mediterranean. And in this time, he took again the advantage of the crisis in Ukraine, the same way he took it 6 years ago in Georgia, when at that time again it was a good opportunity for him to improve his strategic position regarding Central Asia and the whole Eurasian region. And what would you think in this very realistic approach? Is there any kind of option for a deal? I mean, Crimea to Putin and Ukraine to the EU.
Okay, let's go to the back, all the way to the back in the center, so we can give our interns some exercise.
Thank you, Jim Johnson. I'd like to just follow up on what Fiona was talking about, which is the role of Putin as arbiter in potentially a less authoritarian, less command lever political situation than American media points. In fact, there is a growing body of thought that Putin is in fact a quote-unquote weak dictator. As we've been speaking here, Russian troops by Interfax and Ukrainian TV have physically stormed a Ukrainian base, entered its premises, and assault vehicles have driven up to the base. The reason I raise this to you is there's some thought here about how to deal with a Russian regime that may not be, in fact, a solitary decision maker, where, in fact, local events on the ground and other interest groups around Putin may, in fact, be trying to control circumstances as much as the man himself. Thank you.
So, Steve, let's start with you, and then can you address that energy issue?
Deborah, I think this is a great idea on terms of American energy exports. I mean, there now are, in fact, some reconfigurations of terminals that were being built 8 years ago to receive LNG, now being converted to export LNG, which we can do. And I think there's a good argument to be made. Is it time for the United States to reconsider whether we have this ban on exports of crude oil, whether to lift that? I would argue this is actually a very good way to push back against the Russians. This is not hostile. This is not provocative. This is just the United States making smart economic decisions to allow us to export energy to global markets so that we can draw more revenue in the United States. And if that just happens to push the prices of energy down, oil goes down, and Gazprom gets a bit less revenue, well, that's the way the market works. So I think this would be something worth doing. And it may be also that this is something that may be happening in any case in terms of Europe, which probably gets about a quarter of its natural gas now from Russia, taking a look at that, because they've already been the victims twice of disputes between Ukraine and Russia. In 2006 and then again in 2009, when the contract expired, Russia basically, after negotiating for several days, said, we have no contract, so we're turning the gas off to Ukraine. So the only gas we're pumping now into that pipe is gas to go to Europe. Now, it's all the same pipe. And a funny thing happened when the Russians did that is no gas came out to Europe. And so the only way that the Russians could completely cut the Ukrainians off was to stop exporting gas to Europe. Twice that happened. And I think that has caused Europe to think in a more serious way about energy security and Russia's reliability as a supplier of energy. And there is a potential right now, because still Russia pumps probably between 60 and 70% of the gas that it sends to Europe still goes through Ukraine. That's a card the Ukrainians have not yet played, in part because that gets very, very complicated. But if this thing spins out of control, Europe, there's a chance there could be one more gas cut off. And that, I think, would only encourage European countries to think further about alternate sources to Gazprom. And that's going to be one reason why the Russians have to be careful, because when Gazprom produces gas in Western Siberia, that gas really can only go to Europe. They don't have the connector pipelines to swing that into Asia. And so they either export that gas or they sit on it.
Fiona, we just heard actually a couple of different visions of Mr. Putin. I wonder if you could give us some sense of how you feel about that.
Yeah, can I just actually make a comment, though, on the energy front, first of all, because, this is something that we're hearing a lot of, but this is a long game. It's not something we're going to be able to do by next week, next month, or even next year. And Putin is also prepared to press ahead right now with the laying of the South Stream pipeline across the Black Sea, which is also going to be complementing the pipeline that's already across the Baltic Sea, the Nord Stream pipeline, Nord Stream, into Germany, to basically avoid Ukraine as a transit route. One aspect, of all of this that we're talking about in terms of the gas, all kinds of things come into play. The Russians don't just sit on the gas, they flare it. We're all very concerned about global warming, and when the Russians can't actually sell on their gas or don't have enough means to capture it for export, they flare it up into the atmosphere. So we've actually at different points had as much as 60 BCM of gas flared across the whole of Siberia. There's all kinds of dimensions of this. The energy tool is not so simple to affect. I agree over the longer term, but in the short to medium term, this isn't going to be an option that's going to turn Vladimir Putin around anytime soon, because Gazprom's actual export volumes have gone up in Europe in spite of the mild weather over the last years, because Norway hasn't had the capacity to basically substitute. And in fact, what's been coming more from the US has been coal from Wyoming, Montana, and all the coal fields of the US, which have been shipped out to Germany and elsewhere. So we are playing in this game already, but it's a long game that we're in for. We can make the moves, but in the short to medium term, it's still a question of Russia dominating. We just have to start, working on this, but we're not going to change the tide that way. And that gets into these other questions as well about the sort of geostrategic and other larger issues. As I said before, Putin is basically moving now while he can. He may, kind of look weak over the longer term. He may have all these difficulties of not being completely in charge. Over the longer term, we might be able to affect the calculations on energy and other issues. But right now, he's actually in a position of relative strength geostrategically because of the weakness of others and the chaos elsewhere. He's actually benefits from the fact that Russia may be a direct democracy and his popular ratings and elections matter, but it's not a robust democracy. President Obama can't basically move for people biting at his ankles and clobbering him over the head. He can't be a leader and to make a decisive action because at every front everybody's basically complaining about his activity. Putin doesn't have to suffer from that. He doesn't have members of his Senate equivalent calling him an idiot, left, right, and centre, or members of his equivalent of Congress blocking his ability to do something on sanctions or pushing him to do something and take action. He doesn't have his media hounding him. His media is in highly orchestrated settings, essentially throwing him softball questions and praising him for his perspicacity and his accomplishments. So he's actually right now able to actually move forward in a more decisive fashion. It is, however, true that what happens on the ground is often beyond the purview of Putin, and there's often a lot of reaction. He's being very opportunistic here. He's seeing the weakness of others, and he's acting like he did with Syria over the chemical weapons issue. And also there's a lot of vested interest on the ground in Crimea and elsewhere, people who make their money out of these kinds of situations. Corrupt elites, members of the military who actually think it might be better off being perhaps, kind of on the payroll of Russia rather than a Ukraine that may not be able to pay its bills. Time and time again in regional conflicts from the 1990s all the way through until 2008, frankly, in Georgia and South Ossetia, it was highly apparent that there were local actors taking initiatives in the hope of getting rewards. In the 1990s in Moldova, Georgia, and Ukraine, over and over again, there were actions that, various Russian politicians and political figures also basically exploited and took the opportunity of. And I think we can actually say that is definitely happening again. We remember in many respects back in the 90s on Kosovo, it was rather in Yugoslavia, there was the Dash to Pristina airport, where it certainly seems, Steve will remember this very well, where one of the local commanders thought, okay, right, here's an opportunity, I'm going to, dash and try to do something in the middle of the Balkans conflict, and then I'll change the facts on the ground, and then, there may be, some greater opportunity here. So I do think we have to be very careful in interpreting events. And remember that there is, kind of lots of crises that happen from the ground up. That's what's happened in the case of Ukraine. And the difference is that Putin has been better positioned to take advantage of the crisis than we have.
Okay, so let's go back for one more round from the audience. The gentleman right there on the aisle.
Thank you, Xiao Kuiyu, Guangming Daily of China. I have some questions. First, in terms of legitimacy of the Ukrainian authority, I'm wondering, do you think, is it a little regrettable that the February 21st agreement, it couldn't live longer? And on this issue, what kind of compromise are you expecting from all the players? And finally, if there can't be such a compromise, what will the crisis affect future big events like the EU-Ukrainian summits and the May election? Thank you.
Kathy, I'm having some trouble seeing beyond the lights, so maybe you can just pick a couple of people in the back. Thank you.
Ricardo Alcaro, I'm a visiting fellow here at Brookings.
Good choice.
I have a question for the whole panel. I was wondering whether we can expand a bit the discussion to include also the role of Russia in issues of international concerns outside Europe. And so what is, in your opinion, what impact is this crisis, in your opinion, going to have on Russia's calculus that it is in its interest to cooperate with the West on, for instance, Afghanistan, or to a certain extent even Syria, but above all, Iran? Thank you.
So, Kathy, one more person in the back.
My name is Contessa Bourbon from the New York Times. I'd like to ask the panelists, how realistic is the idea of having a confederation that should include Russia? What are the objectives of this? And should this end the competition with Russia?
Okay. Who wants to start with that? Let's start with
Let me start with the February 21 question. No, they're on February 21, after 3 very violent days in Kyiv, there was an agreement reached between Viktor Yanukovych, the former president, and the 3 opposition leaders, the 3 main opposition leaders. And it was witnessed, or actually, you had the German, Polish, and French foreign ministers there working overnight to try to encourage this. You also had Ambassador Lukin from the Russian Federation there as well. And the agreement, there was a draft done, and it was initialed by Yanukovych and the 3 opposition leaders. And then the 4 others, the German, French, and Polish foreign ministers, and Ambassador Lukin, initialed the draft as witnesses. There was then a period of consultation. They came back and they finalized the document to sign. At that point, it's kind of interesting. Mr. Lukin disappeared. He did not stay to witness the actual the signature. So when you actually see the final document, where it should have had 8 signatures, there are only 7. And I understand that this came after he consulted with Moscow, and it sounds like Russia said, don't associate yourself with that agreement. What then happened, I mean, there's the question, would that agreement been able to go forward? It was pretty clear. And the agreement had sort of 3 major elements. It called for the creation of a national unity government. It called for revising the Constitution to go back to the 2004 version, which had more of a balance of power between the president on one hand and the prime minister and the parliament on the other. and it called for moving up the presidential elections, which were going to be in probably March of next year, up to sometime this fall between September and December. I think that last point was very hard for the Maidan. The view on the Maidan was, wait a minute, Yanukovych ran the government. The previous day, 75 demonstrators, well, I think the numbers, about 70 demonstrators had been killed, many by snipers. And the Maidan's view was, we don't see this guy being in office for one more day, let alone until the fall. So I'm not sure whether that agreement would have been, whether it could have withstood that challenge from the demonstrators. But we never got to that point because Mr. Yanukovych signed the agreement, walked out, went back to his estate outside of Kyiv, packed up all the valuables he could take, and fled. He turned up very briefly the next day in a very short filmed interview where he asserted he was still the president. Then he disappeared for another 6 days until he turned up and gave a press conference last week in Russia. And as far as I know, he's not been seen since then. So the agreement kind of fell apart because President Yanukovych abdicated in effect. And so I think there was a certain amount of ad-libbing the next day with the Rada where you really had no executive authority. Remember, at that point, Yanukovych had already accepted the resignation of his prime minister, who I believe had then gone to Moscow. The Rada then basically took the steps that it did, including appointing the speaker of the Rada as the acting president. Now, I agree, I think this was all consistent with the parliamentary rules in Ukraine, but I think it, though, does underscore the importance of having the presidential election in May and having it be free and fair in a way that gives Ukrainians confidence that, yes, we now have a democratically elected leader who will then have a degree of legitimacy that the current acting president does not. So getting to that point, I think, is very, very important.
Fiona, the Eurasian Union, how is this affecting the prospects for them?
Yeah, if indeed that was the question from, because the question asked about a confederation with Russia. And so I wasn't entirely clear. So there's two different ways that question could be answered, because unless we get a clarification perhaps afterwards, there is discussion about turning Ukraine into a federation that's happening right now, that's been being pushed from Russia and some other sources as one solution to the problem, so that Crimea and many other regions, including parts of eastern Ukraine, get the maximal autonomy, which obviously dilutes the influence of Kiev and changes the current unitary state of Ukraine, and therefore would increase, in many respects, the potential influence of Russia. That is something that actually in Ukraine has been rather unpopular as an idea for a very long time, since the 1990s. Precisely because there is so much of a divergence of view, even within many of the regions. As I said, a lot of the opinion polls that I have here really show that. There is no such thing as the average Ukrainian. And even within regions, there's no average viewpoint within those regions. Ukraine, like any other country, has, like the United States itself, has huge divergence, regional differentiations, and then what we might call of different pockets of red-blue, inside of each different state or sub-state entity. So that's actually a very difficult issue. The Eurasian Union discussion now has reached a different level. This is, again, the customs union idea of bringing Ukraine into the Belarusian, Kazakh, Russian and now Armenian customs union. And the idea that was initially put forward on the part of the Russians was that there would be a negotiation between the Eurasian Union and the European Union to find, some way basically of creating another higher level trade negotiation. Some variation of that is now back on the table. There are now all kinds of talks, including coming out of the EU, that there has to be a way of diffusing these kinds of tensions over competing trade blocs. I mean, the idea of Eurasian Union, European Union association agreements, the Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership, the Trans-Pacific Partnership, were all coming out of the idea that the WTO had kind of ground to a halt, that all the trade negotiations from the Doha round were going nowhere, and that maybe regional blocs could actually provide some way forward. Actually, seeing now that regional blocs are actually more likely to be leading to confrontation and to more confusion. So now there's a discussion going on behind the scenes about how can we get across that? How can we find different ways of discussing this and finding out really what is the main source of threat perceived by the Russians and others by the creations of these blocs? So I think it is entirely possible that there could be some more discussion now about Eurasian Union, European Union association agreements, taking down the temperature of the rhetoric and actually having a very straightforward, very pragmatic discussion about what is the real roots of the conflict and the confrontation over this. Ricardo Alcaro asked about impact further afield, and I think Mike in particular could talk about this on Afghanistan. I think just from one perspective, there's going to be a great deal of complication on the Syria and Iran front in this, perhaps more so than Afghanistan, because we saw the blocking of the UN envoy into Crimea over the last few days. There's been discussions about having a UN monitoring mission or some other format, which actually was also the case in Georgia. The Russians don't look like they're very happy about that. And yet the whole discussions about Syria and Iran are taking place in the UN framework. And we do need to have Russia on board within the UN context, given its UN Security Council role for the Syrian and Iranian negotiations, the discussions of the peace process, or at least what resembles a peace process for the Syrian civil war, and obviously the negotiations with Iran over the nuclear program. So this is going to be a really difficult item.
Can I pick up on that?
Sure, please.
Yeah, so it's an excellent question, Ricardo, and very important. And a lot of us, even on this panel, but certainly in the broader political debate, we're talking about how to punish Putin for what he's done and make him pay a price, and we should and we must, but we also need to calibrate it. And I think you've heard a lot of calibrated suggestions today, but this really cuts to the strategic core of why they need to be calibrated responses. And for example, if Putin annexes the Crimea after a referendum in a couple of weeks, then I think we need to have the kind of targeted sanctions that I mentioned, but not yet talk about preventing Russian companies from having access to Western banks, or having Russian firms prevented from having access to Western oil markets and gas markets. Leave aside the fact that our Western European allies can't survive without some of that Russian fuel. We also need to keep a certain degree of restraint in our own reaction, because there are other stakes here. Now, if Putin decides to take our firm but limited response and escalate further, we may wind up in an uglier place. And then you have to have backup options, and some of your other core equities may be affected. But the kind of proposals that I mentioned, going after Putin and his top officials and cronies with targeted sanctions on their travel and their finances, has the advantage of being fairly hard-hitting against them, but limited in a broader strategic sense, partly for the reasons that you mentioned, partly because as bad as this crisis has been so far, and as terrible as it would be to see an annexation of Crimea, even under the kinds of auspices that are being proposed, at least there hasn't been widespread violence, and at least the limits on Russian military operations have been fairly geographically specific so far. And I think we do need to continue to incentivize Putin not to escalate. So that would be my overall response to your question.
So with that, and again, if you're keeping score of the moderator, we've hit the time exactly.
He's also looking good today, so that's 3 for 3.
Yeah. So I think I did very well here, and I think also the rest of the panel also did well. We've had an excellent,
Jerry.
we've had an excellent panel, so please join me in thanking the panelists.
Joe White, Sunday night at 8 on C-SPAN's Q&A. President Obama today talked about the plans to make college more affordable that are part of his $3.9 trillion budget proposal. The president spoke to about 1,000 students and teachers at a high school in Miami.
Hello, Miami. Hello, Cuda Nation. Thank you. Hello. Well, it is good to be here at Coral Reef Senior High. You guys are just happy because it's warm down here all the time. I don't know if you're aware of this, but the rest of the country is cold. Listen, Michelle and I are so grateful for the warm welcome. It is great to be here. I want to thank some people who are doing outstanding work. First of all, your Superintendent Carvalho, is doing great work. We're really proud of him. Your Principal Lael, is doing great work. All the Coral Reef's teachers and staff, you guys are all doing a great job. And you're doing what is necessary to help young people get ready for college and careers. So that's why we're here. We are proud of what's being done at this school. I want to mention a few other folks who are here, who are fighting on behalf of the people of South Florida every day. We've got Congressman Joe Garcia's here. We've got Congresswoman Frederica Wilson here. We've got Miami-Dade County Mayor Carlos Jimenez. Your former governor Charlie Crist is here. And most of all, I want to thank the people that Michelle and I came all the way down here to see, and that is the students of Coral Reef. You know, we had heard great things about your school. We had heard great things about the students. We wanted to come down here and just see what was going on. And Michelle and I just had a chance to visit with some of your classmates who are going through some of the scholarship applications. And we had a chance to talk to them and hear what their plans were. And first of all, Michelle and I looked and we said, "What are these? Must be actors playing students, because they were all, you know, smart and good looking and organized." And you know, you asked them, you know, what are you going to do? And they're, well, I'm going to be applying to business school, and then I'm going to start a company, and then when I was your age, I didn't know what I was doing. I was lucky if I'd gotten out of bed on time. So you guys are ahead of the game. And we're here to tell you that you've got to keep up the good work, because by working hard every single day, every single night, you are making the best investment there is in your future. And we want to make sure you've got everything, all the tools you need to succeed. We want every young person to have the kinds of teachers and the kind of classes and the kind of learning experiences that are available to you here at Coral Reef. Because That's the best investment we can make in America's future. Now, keep in mind, Michelle and I, we're only here today because the kind of education that we got. That was our ticket to success. We grew up a lot like many of you. I was raised by a single mom. She was a teenager when I was born. We moved around a lot. We did not have a lot of money. But the one thing she was determined to see was that my sister and I would get the best education possible. And she would press me. Sometimes she'd make me wake up, do my lessons before I even went to school. She was not going to let me off the hook. And at the time, I wasn't happy about it, but now I'm glad she pressed me like that. Because thanks to my mother and my grandparents, and then great teachers and great counselors who encouraged me, and a country that made it possible for me to afford a higher education, I was able to go to college and law school. And then when I met Michelle, I saw that you know, there are a couple of things I noticed. I noticed she was smart. I noticed she was funny. She's funny. She's funnier than I am. Obviously, I noticed she was cute, yes. Obviously, I noticed that. But one of the things I also realized was, even though we had grown up in very different places, her story was a lot like mine. You know, her dad worked at a city water plant. He didn't go to college. He's a blue-collar worker. Michelle's mom, you know, my mother-in-law, who I love to death, she was a secretary. No one in her family had gone to college, but because she had worked hard and her parents understood the value of education, and she had great teachers and great opportunities, and because the country was willing to invest to make sure that she was able to pay for college, she ended up going to some of the best universities in the country. So the point is, she and I have been able to achieve things that our parents, our grandparents would have never dreamed of. And that's the chance this country should give every young person. That's the idea at the heart of America. What makes this country great, what makes it special, when you look around, and Miami is a great example of it, you got people coming from everywhere, every background, every race, every faith. But what binds us together is this idea that if you work hard, you can make it, that there's opportunity for all. The belief that no matter who you are, no matter where you come from, no matter what your last name is, if you are responsible and put in the effort, you can succeed. There's no limit to what you can do. That's what America's all about. Opportunity is what drew many of your parents and grandparents to America. And we've got to restore that idea for your generation so that everybody has the same chance Michelle and I did. That's why we're working on what we call an opportunity agenda, to create more jobs and train more workers with new skills, to make sure hard work's rewarded with a paycheck that supports a family, to make sure that everybody can get health care when they need it so that nobody has to get into financial trouble because somebody in the family gets sick. And for the students here, a lot of you may not think about these issues all the time. You're spending a lot of time on homework and sports and this and that. But you also oftentimes see your own family struggling, and you worry about it. And one of the single most important parts of our opportunity agenda is making sure that every young person in America has access to a world-class education. A world-class education. So that's why we are here. I believe we should start teaching our kids at the earliest ages. So we're trying to help more states make high-quality preschool and other early learning programs available to the youngest kids. I believe that our K-12 system should be the best in the world. So we started a competition called Race to the Top to encourage more states like Florida to raise expectations for students like you, because when we set high expectations, every single one of you can meet them. You're recruiting and preparing the best teachers. You are turning around low-performing schools. You're expanding high-performing ones. You're making sure every student is prepared for college or a career. I believe that every student should have the best technology. So we launched something we called Connect Ed to connect our schools to high-speed internet. And I want to congratulate Miami-Dade and your superintendent, because you have achieved your goal of installing Wi-Fi in every single one of your schools. So the good news is, in part because of some of these reforms we've initiated, when you add it all up, our nation's high school graduation rate is the highest on record. The dropout rate has been dropping, and among Latino students, it's been cut in half since 2000. Miami-Dade's graduation rate is higher than it's ever been. That's all because of the efforts of so many people, including the parents and students who've been putting in the effort. It's because of the teachers and administrators and staff who are doing such a great job. You should be proud. We're making progress. We're making progress. Yeah, you guys, by the way, you can all sit down. I didn't realize everybody was still standing up. Sit down. Take a load off. You guys can't sit down, though, because you don't have chairs. You guys stay straight. Although, bend your knees so you don't faint. But here's the key thing, Coral Reef. We still have more work to do. All of us, elected officials, principals, teachers, parents, students. Because as Michelle says, education is a two-way street. Folks like us have to work hard to give you the best schools and support that you need, but then you've got to hold up your end of the bargain by committing to your education. That means you've got to stretch your minds. You've got to push through subjects that aren't always easy. And it means continuing your education past high school, whether that's a 2-year or a 4-year college degree or getting some professional training. So I want to talk about an easy step that high school students like you can take to make college a reality. And it's something you already know here at Coral Reef, but I'm speaking to all the young people out there who may be watching. It's called FAFSA, the Free Application for Federal Student Aid. It is a simple form. It used to be complicated. We made it simple. It doesn't cost anything. That's why it's the word free is right there in the name. It does not take a long time to fill out. Once you do, you're putting yourself in the running for all kinds of financial support for college. Scholarships, grants, loans, work-study jobs. For the past 5 years, we've been working to make college more affordable. We took on a college loan system that gave billions of dollars of taxpayer money to big banks to manage the student loan system. We said, we don't need the banks, let's give the money directly to students. We can help more students. We can help more students that way. So we expanded the grants that help millions of students from low-income backgrounds pay for college. We're offering millions of people the chance to cap their student loan payments at 10% of their incomes once they graduate. Today, more young people are earning college degrees than ever before. That's a great thing. That is a great thing. But we still need to do more to help rein in the rising cost of tuition. We need to do more to help Americans who feel trapped by student loan debt. Because no striving, hard-working, ambitious young American should ever be denied a college education just because they can't afford it. Nobody. Unfortunately, there's still a lot of young people all across the country who say the cost of college is holding them back. Some of you may have sat around the kitchen table with your parents wondering about whether you'll be able to afford it. So FAFSA is by far the easiest way to answer that question. And I know the Barracudas know all about FAFSA Last year, you had the second highest completion rate of any large high school in the state. You should be proud of that. Your teachers and parents should be proud of that. But last year, almost half of high school graduates in Florida didn't fill out the FAFSA form. That ain't right. Not only is it not right, but it also ain't right. And as a result, they lost out on over $100 million in Pell Grants. Think about that. $100 million that could have helped Florida students help pay for college was just left on the table. That's just in Florida. Nationwide, over 1 million high school students did not fill out the FAFSA form. That happens every year. So my challenge today to every high school student in America, fill out the form. Even if you think you might not qualify for financial aid, fill out the form. You might qualify. And we're making it easier than ever. We put the FAFSA form online. We made it shorter. It takes about half an hour to fill out. And it could change the rest of your life. We've updated it to save your parents a lot of hassle as well. And today I'm announcing another improvement. Today I'm directing the Department of Education to tell every governor that starting today, they can, if they choose, confidentially let high school administrators know which students have filled out the FAFSA form and which haven't. So that way, if Principal Lael wants to check in with the senior, I know everybody's like, whoa. I know she's already on top of stuff, but this way she could check, and seniors who had not filled it out, she could then help them answer the questions and figure out what's holding her back, what's holding them back. Anybody will be able to go online and fill out the number of students who have filled out the form at each high school so we can track it. So if you want to have a friendly competition with Palmetto High or Miami Killian to see who can get a higher completion rate on your FAFSA, you can do that. You achieved the second highest rate in the state, but I mean, if you want to settle for number 2, that's okay. You might be able to get to number 1. Huh? I'm just saying, you could go for number 1. So these are things I can do on my own, but I'm here to also tell you I could use some help from folks in Washington. There's some things I don't need Congress permission for, and in this year of action, whenever I see a way to act to help expand opportunity for young people, I'm just going to go ahead and take it. I'm just going to go ahead and do it. So earlier this year, Michelle and I hosted a college opportunity summit where over 150 colleges and universities and nonprofits made commitments to help more low-income students get to college and graduate from college. But I'm also willing to work with anybody in Congress, Democrat, Republican, doesn't matter, to make sure young people like you have a shot to success. So a few days ago, I sent my budget to Congress, and budgets are pretty boring, but the stuff inside the budgets are pretty important. And my budget focuses on things like preschool for all, like redesigning high schools so students like you can learn real-world skills that businesses want, like preparing more young people for careers in some of the fields of the future, in science and technology and engineering and math, to discover new planets and invent robots and cure diseases, all the cool stuff that we adults haven't figured out yet. These are not just the right investments for our schools, they're the right priorities for our country. You are our priority. We've got to make sure we have budgets that reflect that you are the most important thing to this country's success. If you don't succeed, we don't succeed. We've got to make sure all of you are prepared for the new century, and we've got to keep growing our economy in other ways, attracting new high-tech jobs, reforming our immigration system, something Congressman Garcia is fighting for. And the rest of Congress needs to stop doing nothing. Do right by America's students, America's teachers, America's workers. Let's get to work. Let's get busy. We've got work to do. All of us have work to do. Teachers, school counselors, principals, superintendents, parents, grandparents. We all have work to do because we want to see you succeed. Because we're counting on you, Barracudas. And if you keep reaching for success, and I know you will, just based on the small sampling we saw of students here, if you keep working as hard as you can and learning as much as you can, and if you've got big ambitions and big dreams, if you don't let anybody tell you something's out of your reach, if you are convinced that you can do something and apply effort and energy and determination and persistence to that vision, then not only will you be great, but this country will be great. Our schools will be great. I want us to have the best educated workforce in America. And I want it to be the most diverse workforce in the world. That's what I'm fighting for. That's what your superintendent and your principal are fighting for. And I hope that's what you fight for yourselves. Because when I meet the students here at Coral Reef, I am optimistic about the future. Michelle and I walked out of that classroom. We said, you know what? We're going to be in good hands. We're going to do okay. Because these young people are coming, and nobody's going to stop them. Thank you, everybody. God bless you. God bless America.
Hello, welcome. Thank you for being here. I'm honored to introduce the founder of the Council for the National Interest, the Honorable Paul Finley, former United States Congressman from Illinois, expert in American political processes, courageous author whose book, They Dare to Speak Out, first exposed the power of the Israel lobby, patriotic American who served his country in war and in peace, and human being of profound intellect, insight, and integrity. Paul Finley.
Thank you. Thanks for the warm welcome. The first Israeli settlement was established in the early 1970s, 40 years ago. It was wrong. It should have been resisted by a torrent of protest across the country. It did not come. And I freely admit my own personal guilt. I should have done more. I should have made this the cause of the day every day from then on. But today I have what I call happy news. There is a way out, and it's a way that is humane, just, and peaceful. Not one shot out of a gun is required. Not one extra dollar or shekel is required. President Barack Obama, acting alone, can extricate Palestine, Israel, and America from the seemingly inescapable quagmire in which all three are sinking these days. To make peace possible, Obama must issue an executive order suspending all aid to Israel until Israel and Palestine conclude a peace treaty that creates a two-state solution. Israel must recognize Palestine's sovereignty over all territories seized in the 1967 war. All Israeli personnel and officials must leave Palestine. Only those approved by the government of Palestine would be able to remain as foreign nationals. Now that is the negative side of the picture from the standpoint of Israelis. Look at the positive effect this would have on the state of Israel. For the first time in history, Israelis would be able to achieve peace and security at home and abroad, a prospect that's unthinkable today. Arab states long ago agreed to recognize Israel and have peaceful relations with Israel once Palestine became nationally sovereign and politically independent, with its borders recognized as legitimate and inviolable by the UN Security Council. When that happens, Israel will be free from territorial expansion and the burden of the occupation, which must be horrendous, but it's rarely discussed. And if requested by either party, I would recommend that the U.S. provide military police in order to keep order during the transition. Israel will be greatly strengthened by this process because the Arab states all agreed to extend normal relations once Palestine was secure. And that would have an enormous effect on the future of Israel. Pleased with Palestine's national sovereignty and independence, Hamas, Hezbollah, Islamic Jihad, Al-Qaeda, Iran, and many other countries long opposed to Israel's illegal occupation will have less reason, perhaps none, to challenge the Jewish state. Why? Because Israel will have finally agreed to abide by by the Fourth Geneva Convention, which is very important because Israel not only signed the Fourth Geneva Convention, it was one of the driving forces for its enactment. Palestinians will be ecstatic. They will enjoy full citizenship for the first time since the end of World War II. For the first time in nearly a half century, America will be free, be liberated from complicity in Israel's unlawful treatment of Arabs. Extremist groups will lose one of the main stated reasons for being. The specter of religious war between the West and the East will be drifting away. Obama's act will also set free the people like us and of America and Israelis alike would be freed from the stigma that has existed for the last 40 years for having been international outlaws, which is the right way to characterize each of us. If Obama acts and perseveres, the world will rejoice in his statesmanship, and historians will record him a great peacemaker. His executive order, like the one that Abraham Lincoln used to emancipate the slaves, will herald the blessings of liberty for millions of long-suffering human beings. But Obama must act and act promptly and persevere. It won't work otherwise. Only a dream? Yes, but more than that, it's a vision that is as practical as it is humane. It will become the reality if our president sees clearly an act of statesmanship and moves decisively to grasp what I call the outstretched hand of destiny. Now, this is a tall order, but it will work if Obama is bestirred to action. He's toward the end of his 8-year term. He has expressed many times his sympathy for the Palestinians. Here is his chance to do something about it. And here is something that you can do something about it too. Back on the tables are several hundred copies of petition to President Obama. And this petition needs to have signatures on it Obama needs to have a pile of these petitions show up every morning for a long time. It's the one hope I have that this message will finally reach him personally. I have tried numerous avenues for about 4 months to try to get the message to Obama. The bright promise that this approach holds for him personally, the bright promise it holds for the state of Israel, the bright promise it holds for Palestine and for the people of the United States. So if you would like copies of the petition, there are 200 or 300 of them on one of the tables back of this assembly hall. And I hope you'll act upon it. I won't give up. I have other avenues I will pursue, because I see this as the great hope of our country, of humanity. And if we act decisively through the president, good things will happen very soon. Of that I'm certain. So I invite you to take part. All of us were negligent during the early days of the development of the settlements. Today, 500,000 illegal settlers live on land that belongs to the Palestinian people. 500,000. And those 500,000 people encompass 1/2 of the land that Israel has occupied and treated as subordinate group of human beings. That's my message. I see hope today because I believe Obama is at the point in his presidency when he will be seeking a legend, a memorial to his service. And this could make him an all-time hero that would be matched by no one else. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Congressman Finley. We're just honored to have you with us today. Thank you so much. And thank you for everything you've done over the years. I'm Janet McMahon. I'm the managing editor of the Washington Report on Middle East Affairs, and I'm going to give you a slightly different picture about the United States Congress. Our magazine has been covering pro-Israel political action committees, or PACs, since 1986. And over the years, I've gotten a lot of calls from people who want to know how much their congressperson got from AIPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee. And I immediately tell them that AIPAC itself does not make campaign contributions. And I think it's very important not to accuse AIPAC of doing something it can truthfully deny, because that makes it too easy for AIPAC to deflect the argument and let itself off the hook. This is not to say, however, that AIPAC has nothing to do with campaign contributions, and that's something I'll get to shortly. In 1990, when we published Stealth PACs, written by our executive editor, the late Richard H. Curtis, there were about 128 pro-Israel PACs. Now there are around 30. According to the Center for Responsive Politics, whose website, opensecrets.org, I highly recommend, 31 pro-Israel PACs contributed a total of just under $3 million to congressional candidates in 2012. And I'm using 2012 figures because since the election is over, all the numbers are in. While this year's election is still a work in progress as far as campaign contributions are concerned. And as you can see on this chart, these pro-Israel PACs gave almost 60% of their contributions to Democratic candidates in 2012. So it is definitely not the case that only Republicans are eager to do Israel's bidding. All but one pro-Israel PAC gave to Democrats, and all but 6 to Republicans. Pro-Israel PACs have several interesting characteristics. First of all, in their filings with the FEC, the Federal Election Commission, they all list themselves as unaffiliated. Now, most PACs have no problem identifying their affiliation or industry. For example, the 7 PACs under the National Association of Realtors umbrella, which Open Secrets lists as the top PAC donating in 2012, all list their industry as real estate agents. And each of the 7 PACs includes Association of Realtors in its name. I'm going to show you the names of the 31 pro-Israel PACs that Open Secrets has listed. What's very interesting about them is that all but 4 of them have very innocuous, one might even say misleading, names. Those 4 exceptions are the World Alliance for Israel, the Republican Jewish Coalition, the National Jewish Democratic Council, and Allies for Israel. What this means is that even the most conscientious voter who knows the name of every contributor to a candidate's campaign might not know that the candidate is receiving money from PACs that advance the interests of a foreign government. Another characteristic of pro-Israel PACs is that they prefer to give to reliable incumbents rather than challengers, regardless of the candidate's party or religion. They also give priority to members of congressional committees responsible for issues of concern to Israel, such as foreign affairs, armed forces, or budget. And they like to extend their largesse to members of Congress in leadership positions. For example, House Minority Whip Steny Hoyer's take from pro-Israel PACs used to be fair to middling, but as he climbed the leadership ladder, his contributions increased, to the point where he's now received a total of more than $250,000. Another tactic favored by pro-Israel PACs is called bundling. That's when a PAC collects checks from individual donors and hands them en masse to a favored candidate. This way, the candidate has no doubt about the source of the contributions, but the PAC is not required to disclose them to the FEC. Bundling began to become popular around 1994 when talk of campaign finance reform was in the air. It's a way to minimize the public impact of PAC contributions. So most traditional pro-Israel PACs use bundling as a way to disguise the full extent of their financial involvement. According to Open Secrets, the pro-Israel NORPAC, the number 5 contributor to Senator Mark Kirk's 2010 campaign, gave him $3,804. But individuals associated with that PAC ponied up more than $58,000. Similarly, Kirk received $114,904 from pro-Israel PACs, according to Open Secrets, but nearly 5 times that much from pro-Israel individuals. So PAC contributions, thanks to bundling, are just the tip of the iceberg. What's most striking about these 30-odd pro-Israel PACs, however, is their pattern of giving. Once you've read the FEC filings of a couple of them, it's almost completely predictable who the other ones will be giving to. And I can personally attest to this because I have gone through these pages of FEC reports. In fact, these PACs operate in lockstep to such an extent that some of the PACs that nominally represent a certain state don't give to a single candidate from that state. For example, here is the Washington Report's list of the top 10 recipients of pro-Israel PAC contributions in 2012. You can see that Steny Hoyer was number 4 in the House with $31,750, and that Democrat Ben Cardin of Maryland with $55,680 was number 4 in the Senate. Neither, by the way, faced a tight re-election campaign. Now, one would assume that some of the thousands of dollars these two men got came from the Maryland Association for Concerned Citizens, the pro-Israel PAC based in their home state. But here are the House candidates the Maryland PAC gave to in 2012. Steny Hoyer is nowhere to be found. Similarly, one searches in vain for Ben Cardin among the Senate candidates who received money from this particular pro-Israel PAC. Instead, the Maryland Association for Concerned Citizens gave to candidates as far away as Nevada, North Dakota, and California, but to not a single candidate in Maryland. This seems rather curious, to say the least, leading one to wonder how these pro-Israel PACs choose their beneficiaries. And that's where AIPAC comes in. A memo leaked to 60 Minutes and the Washington Post in 1998 reveals that AIPAC exercises a high degree of oversight and coordination over the smaller, money-giving PACs. The memo, written by AIPAC's Assistant Director of Political Affairs, Elizabeth Schreier, instructs a subordinate to pressure several PACs to donate to specific candidates. The first item, it's a little hard to read, I'll read it to you, says, ICE PAC, another descriptive pro-Israel PAC name, has done nothing in the Colorado, Louisiana, and Missouri race. They have given $500 to Evans and Daschle. On 6/30/86, they had $11,048. Try for $1,000 to Bond, Moore, Evans, Daschle, and Reed. So this memo makes clear that the recipients of pro-Israel PAC contributions are not necessarily selected by the individual PACs making those contributions. Despite this smoking gun memo, however, the Federal Election Commission classifies AIPAC as a membership organization rather than a political committee. And what this means is that AIPAC does not have to reveal its sources of income or its expenditures. Now, each of these 30 pro-Israel PACs that donate to congressional candidates must adhere to FEC regulations, which limit campaign contributions from PACs to $10,000 per candidate per election, $5,000 for the primary election, and another $5,000 for the general election in November. But if there are 30 unaffiliated PACs all giving to the same candidate, that's a potential haul of $300,000, not $10,000 per candidate. Indeed, for his first Senate race in 1998, the year of the AIPAC memo, Tom Daschle, who went on to become Senate Majority Leader, received more than $260,000 in pro-Israel PAC contributions. In 2010, Mark Kirk received over $100,000, more than any other House or Senate candidate that year. And as we've seen, that does not include contributions from pro-Israel individuals. So not only does the favored candidate benefit, but because it's broken up into smaller components, again, the extent of the lobby's influence on American elections is hidden. For example, there is no pro-Israel PAC listed as being among the 2010 top 10 PAC contributors by the Center for Responsive Politics. But that year, pro-Israel PACs contributed nearly $3 million to congressional candidates, making it the sixth largest contributor ahead of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. By comparison, in 2012, the two Arab American PACs, the Arab American Leadership Council PAC and the Arab American Political Action Committee, gave a total of $20,000 in campaign contributions, less than 1% of the total amount contributed by pro-Israel PACs. Put another way, in 2012, pro-Israel PACs gave nearly 150 times more in campaign contributions. There's no question that AIPAC and the Israel lobby bask in their reputation of invincibility, but that reputation may be more shallow than it appears. For example, in 2010, it was clear that the last person the lobby wanted as senator from Kentucky was Rand Paul. We know that because pro-Israel PACs gave his Republican primary opponent $33,500 and $16,250 to the Democratic candidate for Senate, for a total of just under $50,000. Rand Paul got just $2,000, but he went on to win the election. Even the candidate who got the most pro-Israel PAC contributions in 2010, Mark Kirk, who now holds President Obama's seat from Illinois, barely won his election, despite a massive $115,304 in pro-Israel PAC campaign contributions, and that he raised more than $4 million more than his opponent. He still just barely made it. Kirk's history of pro-Israel PAC contributions is instructive. He started out getting $7,000 for his 2000 race, and it went up dramatically for each race thereafter. And when he got $91,200 for a House race in 2008, it was clear that they were setting him up to run for the Senate. Yet until recently, I never heard Kirk described as anything but a moderate Republican. As far as I know, his unwavering support of Israel was never a campaign issue, and the mainstream media certainly didn't raise it. Yet the evidence was there for all to see on his Senate campaign website. Not only does Mark Kirk write his name in Hebrew, but it's not in the stars and stripes, but the blue of the Israeli flag. So even when the mainstream media don't talk, campaign contributions do. I hope and urge you to take this information and make it public by attending campaign events and directly asking the candidates what they've done to deserve this money, by writing letters to the editor, etc. Let your fellow constituents know that their representative in Congress too often is putting the interests of a foreign government above their own. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to introduce former Representative Cynthia McKinney of Georgia, who certainly knows what it's like to be a target of the Israel lobby. She was disappointed that she could not be with us in person today, but she had a prior commitment out of the country. However, she was kind enough to videotape a message for all of us.
This is Cynthia McKinney, and I am pleased to be able to make this video presentation for the Washington Report on the Middle East. The way in which one can best understand the terrain is to do the research. One can go to the congressional record and read laying out the facts. Earl Hilliard was a member of Congress who served along with me. He was from Alabama, I was from Georgia. He was the first African American to be elected to Congress from since Reconstruction, and I was the first African American woman to be elected to Congress from the state of Georgia. So Earl and I together went to Washington, D.C., and we both served on the International Relations Committee, and we both ended up being targeted by the pro-Israel lobby merely because we attempted to do our job and represent our constituents and represent the good people of the United States. I've written a book. The name of the book is Ain't Nothing Like Freedom, and it explains my experiences with the pro-Israel lobby, from candidate to having a redistricting case go all the way up to the Supreme Court, and the Anti-Defamation League becoming a party to that lawsuit, joining in with 5 racist whites who did not want black representation for them and their community in Georgia in the Congress. The next part of the comments that I'd like to make are around this issue of being caught in the eye of the storm. In a political campaign, the idea that's put forward is that you have to, if you want to prevail, if you want to win, money, message, and media are ways in which you can direct the torrents of the storm rather than to become a victim of the storm. The pro-Israel lobby usually has a whole lot of money, and those of us who act of conscience generally don't. You don't have to equal the dollars in the bank. What you do have to do is have enough money in order to do the things that are necessary in order to have a successful campaign. Enough does not necessarily mean the same as or equal to. I ended up being extremely embarrassed for no fault of my own, and then only to be told when I challenged Andy and said, "What happened? Why did you do this?" Then Andy said that he just didn't want to make them upset. Him not making them upset meant that I became expendable to him, and I was his friend. My very first chief of staff was his daughter, and that was the way I was treated because he didn't want to make them upset. Another item that I just jotted down in my notes was the need for critical discernment. Knowing who's who in the zoo. We need to read the media of the other side. So I make sure that I read Haaretz, I read Forward, I read the Jewish Telegraphic Agency. Knowing who's who in the zoo will also lead you to my next topic, which is the 99% Club. We have members of Congress who are wonderful on 99% of the issues, 99% of the votes. But it's the one issue when it comes to Israel and the United States' relationship with Israel and holding Israel accountable for breaches of international law, breaches of U.S. law, and our just sense of human rights and dignity. They're not good on those issues. We have lots of members of Congress who are in the 99% club. But 99%, unfortunately, is not going to get that 99% club are not going to be the members who will stop us from being involved in these wars. They are not going to be the members who will speak up when the United States is violating human rights and just basic dignity of other people. The last item that I want to discuss is why is this important? It's important, one, because there's a group of us, we care about the dignity of the earth. We care about human dignity. We care about liberty. And we also know that you cannot support those warmongers, those who are ready to kill in an instant, those who hold cabinet meetings and decide that they're going to assassinate people, those who are willing to support a president who by an executive order, by writing an executive order, will condemn to death an individual, or those who will not stand in the way of the machine, the war machine, when it decides that an entire country has to be destroyed. We have to know who's who in the zoo. And 99%, that 99% club isn't good enough. It hasn't been good enough for the people of Palestine. It hasn't been good enough for the people of Libya. It hasn't been good enough for the people of Syria. It won't be good enough for the people of Ukraine. That 99% club is a club that at the end of the day is at the cutting edge of everything that we are against. And so therefore, it's time for us to decide that we are going to win. It's time that we become the candidates who will say no to this awful agenda that dehumanizes, oppresses, and represses. I hope that you've received my message and that you understand that we have to utilize the tools that are there before us, the writings of others, the floor statements like Gus Savage's laying out the facts. That we have to understand who is our friend and who is in opposition to us. And sometimes our friends come from places where we least expect it. And those who are opposed to us come from places where we least expect it. We have to understand that we have to remain open, our senses attuned to something new, to this new paradigm that has been thrust upon us. But if we want peace and not war, if we want dignity and not repression and oppression, if we want love and not division and hate, then we're going to have to adjust to this new political paradigm and find friends in places that we didn't find them before. We're going to have to do things that we didn't think that we could do before. And we're going to have to step outside of our level of comfort. So for our sake and for our children's sake, let's do what we have to do to become winners. Thank you.
Thank you from afar, Cynthia McKinney. Finally, I'd like to introduce Delinda Hanley, who's the news editor and executive director of the Washington Report on Middle East Affairs, and who will give us a more complete picture of what Congress hath wrought.
Thank you. So you've heard about the high cost of Israel to our democratic political process. You'll be hearing much more about the costs Americans have paid for the Israel-U.S. relationship. I'm just going to focus on the dollars and good sense. Americans are concerned about domestic issues as our nation emerges from the 2008 financial crisis. We're worried about unemployment, rising food, fuel, affordable housing, and health care costs. We're also concerned about our aging infrastructure, crumbling roads, bridges, and decaying schools, deteriorating water systems, and electrical power grids. Despite our domestic economic fears, Americans are generous. Many of us believe we should help the poor, not just here at home where we have nearly 50 million Americans living in poverty. We also want to give food and medical assistance to help the hungry and vulnerable, especially children, survive conflicts and crises in the developing world. Most Americans would be surprised to see how little foreign aid our country actually gives as a percentage of our gross domestic product when compared with other nations. Foreign aid is only 1% of our federal budget, but in tough economic times like those we are facing today, foreign aid is sometimes considered to be low-hanging fruit, easy to cut, because it does not directly benefit Americans. And we are cutting back on aid compared to previous decades. I challenge American taxpayers to look a lot more closely at who gets $3.1 billion of U.S. foreign aid dollars every year. Do you know that more than 5% of our foreign aid is subsidizing one of the top 10 most powerful nations in the world? Israel, with a population of nearly 8 million people, about the same number of people who live in Hong Kong or New Jersey, is the largest recipient of U.S. foreign aid. And that has been the case for more than a generation. 16 years ago, my dad, Richard Curtis, wrote an article called True Lies About U.S. Aid to Israel for the Washington Report. It could have been written today. Most aid recipients, he said, are developing nations, which either make their military bases available to the U.S. or have suffered some crippling blow to their abilities to feed their people, he said. Israel, whose troubles arise solely from its unwillingness to give back land it seized in the 1967 war in return for peace with its neighbors, does not fit those criteria. Israel tries to give Americans the impression that they are in grave danger. They face annihilation. Their urgent appeals bring in significant charitable contributions, both from well-meaning evangelical Christians and American Jews. Soft-hearted Americans send U.S. tax-deductible donations to 27,000 nonprofit organizations in order to help the needy including Jewish immigrants and Israeli soldiers. Who knew that we could get a tax write-off by sending pizzas and sodas to Israeli soldiers in tanks and at checkpoints? Birthright Israel sends 37,000 young Jewish people on free 10-day trips to Israel each year. Wealthy Americans donate $660 million a year for these trips, and the students are not permitted to travel to the West Bank, Gaza, or East Jerusalem. Does Israel really need our handouts? Let's compare Israel's economy to other countries. Israel's 2013 per capita gross domestic product was $34,900. That put it below Britain at $37,300 and France at $35,700 and just above the EU at $34,500. According to the National Power Index, Israel's army ranks 6th in the world. Israel has nuclear weapons, unlike any of its neighbors. Israel ranks 4th in technological capacity and is among the world's leaders in science. According to Haaretz, Israel's unemployment rate is 6.2%, while America's is 7%, and Europe's average unemployment is 12%. Israel ranks 15 on the UN Development Index, illustrating the high quality of life for Jews living in Israel. Israelis can expect to live until they're 81.8. And Americans' life expectancy is 78.6. Israel's state-funded healthcare is ranked 4th in the world, and the U.S. is in the bottom of Bloomberg's list of 48 countries. As I mentioned, Israel receives more than $3.1 billion in direct foreign assistance each year, which is roughly 1/5 of Americans' entire foreign aid budget. U.S. Secretary of Defense Chuck Hagel recently promised that this aid would not be reduced, even while he listed significant cuts to America's defense budget. In fact, in June 2013, the House Armed Services Committee voted to give Israel an extra $500 million in military aid for missile interception systems. President Barack Obama boasts that the U.S. has never given so much military aid to Israel as under his presidency. Cheryl MacArthur, the Washington Report's Congress Watch expert, tallies up U.S. aid to Israel for our magazine. As a conservative, defensible accounting of U.S. direct aid to Israel, MacArthur's estimate does not include the costs resulting from the U.S. invasion and occupation of Iraq. Hundreds of billions of dollars, which many believe to have been undertaken for the benefit of Israel. For the year 2014, Israel has received $3.4 billion from the foreign aid budget and $2 billion in federal loan guarantees. That's $9,315,068 per day, 365 days a year. If you add grants and loans, Israel has received since 1949 a grand total of $134.21 billion, excluding the $10 billion in U.S. government loan guarantees it's drawn to date. And Cheryl MacArthur's calculations are modest. A respected economist, Dr. Thomas Stauffer, estimated that Israel cost the U.S. about $1.6 trillion between 1973 and 2003 alone, more than twice the cost of the Vietnam War. And that's not all. Israel gets some unique benefits. Washington has granted Israel $19 billion in loan guarantees in recent years to make it easier to borrow overseas. Israel gets its aid money at the start of each year, unlike other nations. This means Israel can start earning interest on the money right away. And the U.S. government, which operates at a deficit, must borrow the money to pay Israel and then pay interest on the amount all year long. Israel can use 25% of U.S. aid to buy arms from Israeli companies. Congressional legislation requires us to maintain Israel's qualitative military edge. That means anytime another country in the Middle East buys U.S. arms, we have to make sure Israel gets better weapons. We regularly transfer surplus military equipment to Israel. Israel is now storing equipment worth more than $1.2 billion. Well, America also gives $1.5 billion to Egypt's 85 million people. Well, actually, most of that goes directly to Egypt's military for meeting its obligations under the 1979 Egypt-Israel Peace Treaty. Jordan's 6.5 million people get $660 million a year for keeping peace with their neighbor. Aid to Israel is a subject that rarely makes it into the mainstream media. We were stunned when Walter Pincus, who reports on intelligence, defense, and foreign policy for the Washington Post, tackled this normally unmentionable subject. Days after Israel's cabinet cut nearly $2 million from Israel's own defense budget, on October 18, 2011, Pincus pointed out, if Israel can reduce its defense spending because of domestic economic problems, shouldn't the United States, which must cut military costs because of its major budget deficit, consider reducing its aid to Israel? I'd like to conclude by stating the obvious. The U.S. President and Congress give aid to Israel for domestic reasons, in order to please Jewish and evangelical Christian voters who are often more pro-Israeli than Israelis. It is mind-boggling that when it comes to Israel, U.S. taxpayers' largesse has no preconditions. Israel has a green light to use American tax revenue for military operations, which destroy Palestinian or Lebanese roads, water tanks, sewage lines, electrical power plants, and police stations, not to mention shops, homes, schools, orchards, and lives. Sometimes Israel demolishes projects like parks, playgrounds, ports, and other vital infrastructure paid for by American taxpayers and donors. It's past time to halt U.S. aid until Israel complies with UN resolutions, withdraws from the occupied territories, and makes peace. According to surveys, a growing number of Americans want Israeli aid levels the same, reduced, or canceled. With the prospect of prolonged fiscal austerity in the United States, overall American public support for foreign aid may diminish in the years ahead. Economic conditions in the United States should affect future aid to Israel. Cutting off aid to Israel is the logical and economical and ethical thing for Americans to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Delinda. That was very sobering. If there are any questions, we can take them now, and including questions for Congressman Finley. He is in the audience now, but we can get a microphone over to him if you'd like to ask him something. Okay, let's see. Do we have someone with a microphone here? Okay, so we'll start with you. Oh, yeah.
My name is Aman Khan. Okay.
Dale.
My name is Aman Khan, and I am from Warrenton, Virginia. I'm 72 years old, so I learned so many things in my life, especially living in the United States for 40 plus years. When I was a little boy, I was guest in some distant aunt's house, and she had her own son too. So when the time come to eat lunch, she will make breads and rub a little bit butter on top of the bread for me and give the bread to her son, has no bread on top of it. And I said, why? Then I find out one day that she put big chunk of butter inside the pocket of the bread. This is how we are treating the world and the Israel.
Thank you very much.
Questions on this side? Right here.
What? I guess we'll alternate sides here.
Why has it not been possible to designate AIPAC as a foreign lobby?
Well, the FEC, for example, has classifies it as a membership organization, and we actually, the Washington Report and other distinguished people brought a suit against the Federal Election Commission asking that it classify Israel as a political action committee. And we did not win that suit. It was thrown out because the FEC changed its rules, and all of a sudden AIPAC did fit the criteria for a membership committee. The foreign lobby, and I think that's something Grant might talk about too, that's part of the Justice Department, right? And the Justice Department has not enforced, they've just kind of let it slide. They have not insisted that AIPAC be a foreign lobby. And in fact, when it started, I shouldn't talk about this because Grant is really the expert, but when it started out, it was a foreign lobby and it kept morphing into different forms, and now people who represent AIPAC don't have to register as the agents of a foreign government. So the rules that are there are not enforced, and other rules make it possible for AIPAC and other lobby entities to just fly under the radar. Okay, sir.
My name is Yusuf Barakat. I was born in Haifa, Palestine in 1935. I became a refugee in my 12th birthday in August 1947. I now live in Michigan, and I'm 78 years old, and I plan to be a candidate for the U.S. Senate from Michigan. Thank you. Thank you. I want to thank Alison Weir and all the group that has brought this to light. It is really phenomenal now that Israel is being exposed for what it really is. I did hear Congressman Finley speak about the two-state solution. And I just want to tell you, Congressman, with all respect, it is totally unacceptable for us. It is only 28% of the land, and we will always be refugees. I think we should open up the borders and make Palestine and Israel one nation, and all people live there. Thank you.
I'd just like to say in response that beside Mark Kirk, my bête noire in the Senate was Carl Levin, who is retiring as senator from Michigan this year, and he has received more pro-Israel PAC money than any other member of Congress, and his career total is about $750,000. So, okay, let's see. Okay, sir.
Hi.
Oh, sorry.
My question is regarding what you had said about the number of pro-Israeli PACs has been shrinking over the years. You said over 100 to now there are currently about 30. And I was wondering if there's a certain trend with regard to private individuals donating, because we saw that, Sheldon Adelson donating, I believe it was $10 million to Mitt Romney, and then you have, I believe it's Haim Saban on the Democratic side donating all these millions. And do you think this is do you have any opinion on whether this is purposeful, or is this just, they just happen to be seeing more private donations?
Yeah, I think the landscape has changed with the super PACs and the Citizens United ruling. It's just making it possible for new categories of contributors to enter the arena. So I think that the law has changed, and that's enabled these other large PACs to come into existence. And in some ways, I think a lot of them don't have to report their donors. Well, the small PACs do have to report their donors, so it's even less visibility. It's less transparent than these small PACs are required to be. Okay, yep.
Yeah, my name is Lynn Carlton. I'm from Connecticut. I used to read the Near East report, which comes from AIPAC. And years ago, I read in there that they ask each and every incoming congressman to sign a pledge of loyalty to Israel. And I'd like to ask Paul Finley if he knows about that. And I'd like to ask anyone else if they can respond to that. Does each and every congressman have to sign a pledge of loyalty to another country?
There is no requirement, but many of them do. And those who don't are headed for trouble because the lobby for Israel wants a pure level of support in both houses of Congress. They don't always get it. This past year, we've seen 2 occasions when the lobby did not prevail. One had to do with Obama's desire to fire a warning shot over Syria, and the people back home made it very plain to their representatives that they did not want that to happen, and it died. And there was another occasion in which Israel did not get its way, and that had to do with the preliminary agreement on negotiations with Iran. There, too, the lobby did not prevail. Now, it may be they're on the downward slide. I surely hope that's true. But maybe the American people are being better informed about issues like Iran and any of the other issues that come before Congress. I know that a lot of members of Congress are bought and paid for, you might as well face it, and they're not going to change. No resolutions that we pass here will deter them. In fact, I think my book, The Dare to Speak Out, had 2 impacts, one of them very desirable, the other not. One impact was to alert many people to the menace posed by the lobby to our country. But the other was a signal to the new members of Congress: if you don't want to have the fate that came to Paul Finley and a few others, you better go along with Israel. So it's been a two-edged sword. I'm deeply grateful for what the Washington Report does on awakening the American people to the facts of life. They reach a big audience, I think about 25,000 readers of the magazine, but it's only a beginning. And one thing we all could do is to encourage other people to read that magazine. I have a number of friends in Jacksonville who look to its arrival every month or every other month, and they consider it the best in the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over here, the gentleman here in the second row.
My name is Mohammed Husseini from the Arab League. I just would like to ask you, Linda, and Mr. Paul Finley, you suggested both that aid to Israel should be cut off until Israel accepts peace or just peace. But in the absence of values of fairness and justice, good and right and wrong, what do you think that the Arab world should do in order to convince the United States that their national interest also is with the Arab world?
Would you like to start that, Paul? Or, thank you for your question, Ambassador.
The comments I made perhaps were not well understood. I think it has unique merit because it appeals to the Israelis who are troubled about the future of a Jewish majority state. The demographic tide of Arab birth rates in another generation is going to result in more people of Arab ancestry than Jewish people in the area that Israel controls. Now, how are they going to deal with that when the crisis comes? Well, they abide by what Rabbi Tahani called for in a book that he wrote some years ago. Arabs must go. Well, they have to, for their own survival as a Jewish majority state, well, they have to drive Arabs out of the territory they're now in. That's hardly a prospect that appeals to anyone, I don't believe. And that's why I am very pleased with the proposal that I made, which guarantees that Israel will continue to be a Jewish majority state for a long time, because under my proposal, the entirety of Palestine will be outside the perimeter of Israel and not counted. The Arab people in East Jerusalem will be outside. So I think it gives increased lifespan of about 3 or 4 generations to a Jewish majority state. But at the same time, it brings into being a state of Palestine. And that, I think, is highly to the advantage of every party in the Middle East and every party worldwide. So I hope you'll give serious thought to the choices, because we're headed for a dismal period in the Middle East the way things are going. When that Arab majority occurs, there will be constant pressure to change the name of the state to the whole thing Palestine. That will cause a terrible backlash by the Jewish people in Palestine. It's far better to make a compromise that brings about an independent Palestine right now, and also brings about the assurance of a Jewish majority Israel for some time to come.
May I just add one thing? Belinda, do you want to come up here?
I'd like to add one more thing to the Arab League ambassador's question, what Arab countries should do. And I think they're already doing a lot. They're starting to buy weapons from other nations. They're starting to really look to China and other countries to buy things that can use their economic power, and they are already. I think Americans, you've been friends with us for a long time, and maybe it's time to show us some tough love. And I'm going to be a little bit of a hog here and ask Paul Finley a question here. What do Congress people say in the locker rooms about being beholden all the time to Israel? What do they talk among themselves?
Well, a few of them will say, Paul, I agree with you, I admire what you're doing, but I can't do it. You understand? That's their attitude. I think most of them are good citizens or want to be. And the influence of Israel as of today is so great on Capitol Hill that they see danger of not surviving the next election if they challenge what Israel is doing. And it may be a disappointment to you to hear, but most people in the Congress like to get reelected. That's number one.
We can take a couple more questions. Okay. Oh, yes. Sorry, I'm not.
If I wanted to add, really, what the Arab American is doing here in United States, please. Can you answer me?
I'm sorry.
What the Arab American doing in United States? I mean, we're talking about in the region, but what about us here? What are we doing?
You mean, why don't you have PACs?
Exactly.
And why you don't get
exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think Arab Americans are from many different countries, and they're trying to make a living in a very potentially hostile environment. I mean, there was definitely a change after 9/11. I think that people were very fearful of speaking out, and so it's just they're newer to this country. They're not coalesced around a single issue. And the Jewish lobby has been in development, as Allison Weir and others will explain later, for 100 years. So it's an uphill battle, but I think you have to just start participating and just keep at it, and hope that as that is happening, other Americans are getting more informed about what their money is doing and what their government is doing. I mean, I don't think it's only up to Arab Americans by any means at all. So, okay, I guess that's it. Thank you very much. And now Delinda Hanley will segue into her next role as moderator of our coming panel.
Good morning. It's great to be with you this morning. I want to thank Al Cardenas and our friends at the American Conservative Union, and most importantly, all of you, for all the work you do around the year to promote the conservative message. I have to admit, my friend Governor Perry's kind of a tough act to follow this morning, but it's a privilege to do so. Under his leadership, Texas has shown the world that conservative economic policies absolutely do lead to growth and prosperity. I can tell we have a few Texans in the house this morning. Call it an experiment in one of our nation's laboratories of democracy, if you like, but quite a successful one compared to the failed experiment in big government during the last 5 years under President Obama. Now, I'm not sure CPAC's ever had two Texans speak back-to-back before, but that takes a little chutzpah on their part and maybe a little patience on yours. But let me just bend your ear for a few minutes this morning. I promise you I'll be brief, but I don't want my brevity to distract from the seriousness of the topic. Because this morning, what I want to talk to you about is accountability. Specifically, the importance of accountability in our government and its shocking abandonment by the Obama administration. Accountability is a fundamental virtue. We hold in high esteem people who are accountable to themselves, to their families, and to God. American history, of course, is filled with stories that celebrate the accountability of some of our greatest leaders. From the founding father who famously could not tell a lie, to one of the founders of our party known as Honest Abe. We as a nation celebrate accountability, and of course it makes sense to do so. Not just because it's a morally admirable trait, but because this entire experiment in self-government depends on it. Thomas Paine said a body of men holding themselves accountable to nobody ought not to be trusted by anybody. As public servants, we must be forthright in our actions and fully accountable to those that we have the privilege to serve. As citizens, we must hold those in public office to the highest standard of accountability. Because unaccountability has always been the refuge of autocrats, scandal makers, and stubbornly bad government policy. For the last 5 years now, 5 long years, President Obama has put this maxim to the test. For 5 years, he's advocated for a larger, more intrusive federal government. And for 5 long years, the president's refused to take responsibility for his own actions. So let's look at the record briefly. When it was revealed that Eric Holder's Justice Department had knowingly allowed weapons to be smuggled to Mexican drug cartels, did we get accountability? No. We got a cover-up. When one of those weapons showed up at the murder scene of U.S. Border Patrol agent Brian Terry, I ask you, did we get accountability? When the president invoked executive privilege and put damning evidence under lock and key, when a career State Department official dared to speak the truth about that terrible night in Benghazi, a night when 4 Americans lost their lives, did we get accountability? No. He was punished for his honesty When it came to light that the IRS was targeting Americans whose only offense was to disagree with the president, did we get accountability? No. We got a campaign donor to the Obama campaign instead, appointed to lead the, quote, so-called investigation. And then, of course, there's Obamacare. Where do we even begin? When the website that Americans must use to purchase government-mandated health care didn't work, did we get accountability? No. We were told the errors were great problems to have. When it was discovered that there were no criminal background checks for Obamacare navigators, people employed to handle sensitive personal information, did we get accountability? No. In fact, Secretary Sebelius told me herself that convicted felons could be hired as navigators. When people like Glenn Barlow of Plano, Texas lost his health insurance, he found the only comparable plan was 65% more expensive and included maternity care, which he didn't need. Did we get accountability there? We were told that people like Glenn were thrilled with their options. Thrilled. The fact of the matter is, we conservatives predicted things like this would happen. When Obamacare was debated in Congress, we screamed from the rooftops that it just wouldn't work, that it would be a job killer, that it would absolutely make health care more expensive and less accessible for millions of Americans. And for pointing this out, we were mocked and disparaged by President Obama and his liberal allies. We were accused of somehow being heartless and misinformed. But now, 4 years later, our predictions have come true. And I ask you, has the president shown any accountability? No. Instead, we've gotten waivers, delays, and minced words over exactly what the president meant when he promised you and me and all Americans that if you like what you have, you can keep it. So, as conservatives, what can we do? It does us no good to simply point to these facts and say, I told you so, because the status quo is not written in stone. And if the last 5 years have taught us anything about our liberal friends, it's that they don't get accountability. But while they may be a lost cause, the future of our great country is never a lost cause.